morning, everyone. A turbulent year of 2020 has affected every industry, its business operations, and the overall market condition. As a result, economy got disrupted due to these unforeseen circumstances. This has proved to be testing times for various businesses, including the logistics and supply chain sector of India, which had a remarkable contribution in keeping the supply chain going for various essential items and needs, although with various hurdles in the beginning. This is a decisive moment for the supply chain industry. The world has awoken to the fact that supply chain is the backbone of the world. Global heads of supply chain and operations across industry verticals have an opportunity now to rewrite the way we source and distribute products in support of new market customer requirements and broader stakeholder needs. Considering this, ITP Media India, in association with Manufacturing Today India, brought to you the Future of SCM and Logistics Summit 2021. The conference program includes 3 power-packed panel discussions and 20 plus industry speakers who will chalk out the roadmap, innovation, opportunities, and challenges that lie ahead for supply chain and logistic industry in India. Before moving ahead, I would like to thank our technology partner Blue Yonder, transformational partner IBM, and magazine partner Manufacturing Today India. Now I would like to invite Mr. Bibhor Srivastava, Country Head, ITP Media India.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome everyone here. The last year and so have been quite challenging for all industry sectors. As we pull ourselves out of this, and given the goals and growth opportunities envisioned by the Indian government, from Make in India to Atmanirbhar Bharat and Vocal for Local, the industry in India has powered by a widespread technology adoption, and there is an urgent need to identify and address the weakness at the core of it all, which is the logistics and supply chain network, and that are the backbone of a strong economy. With an expected spend of 14% of India's GDP on SCM and logistics industry, it is the need of the hour to explore supply chain and logistics management in India and devise strategies to improve it. The Future of SCM Logistics Summit will provide you the first-hand experience in technologies and management practices that will help you to align your SCM and logistics and warehousing initiative to put you in the league of top industrial innovators. The event will bring along supply chain and technology executives to guide you with information and professional development sessions for industrial executives in India through panel discussion and industry standalone. Stay tuned for this remarkable day-long event that it will take a deep dive into the best-in-class supply chain insights and solutions, feel empowered by inspiring industry leaders and connect with peers by taking advantage of the new and innovative networking opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute privilege. The team has really worked hard to bring this day for you, a session which is going to be absolutely exhilarating and very knowledgeable. But ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I would now like to move on for our first session of the day, the keynote, and would like to invite Mr. Ashwini Bhargava, Director Supply Chain, Boeing India, for his keynote session. Ashwini Bhargava is a Director of Supply Chain Management for Boeing in India. Based in Bengaluru, he is responsible for managing supply chain initiatives in India, covering enterprise, Boeing commercial, defense, and global services. He leads the India Enterprise team of global field operations, supplier development and diversity, BDS, BDI, BGS sustainment, supply chain, procurement, COA in India, and logistics. India's supply chain capability cuts across all elements of SCOR. Prior to joining Boeing, Ashwini handled various supply chain, program, and quality roles at GE for various businesses like GE Power, oil and gas transportation. His responsibilities covered international regions like Asia, Europe, and Africa. In his last role, Ashwini was sourcing leader for GE Transportation in South Africa, where he managed the supply chain of a 700 million locomotive tender. Ashwini began his career with Larsen & Toubro in Mumbai, handling various manufacturing and production planning roles of increasing responsibility. He's also a member of AMCAM, Manufacturing Committee in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Ashwini Bhargava from Boeing India. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank ITP for inviting me to this session. I'm honored to present my perspective on a very important subject, the future of supply chain management and logistics. And by the way, I'm going to bring in the perspective from my experience on the ground, managing the supply chain for Boeing. So what I thought I would cover today, I hope you're able to see my screen. I thought it's very important to make an introduction of the Boeing supply chain footprint in India. How is it relevant for the bigger corporate with a bigger Boeing enterprise? And that's a very important point to understand. We all have been talking about the global pandemic and what kind of a challenge it brings to all of us. It includes the logistics challenge. In fact, when we talk about the COVID challenge, the question is it more of a supply chain challenge or is it more of a logistics challenge? And moving forward, is it a global phenomenon or is it India specific? So I'm going to share something from my experience on how it's looking like in today's context. And, the aerospace and defense industry where I come from has been reacting to the developments around us. It is safe to say that multiple suppliers across the globe are under stress or distress, you pick the right word. Therefore, the supply chain resilience becomes very important. And in context of how the future supply chain looks like, I think it's important to understand that whatever we're going through is positioning us very well for the future. The more we struggle, the more we learn, the more we adapt to the new normal, the better we'll get. So let's look at the Boeing supply chain footprint in India. And most of you would have heard in the media how it looks like. We have 250 supplier partners in country. We have a joint venture. For those of you who know our engagement with Tata, the Tata Boeing Aerospace Limited in Hyderabad. We do over $1 billion in sourcing almost every year. And the employment generated across the supply base is in excess of 7,000. And we've been in India for more than 75 years, so we understand the landscape. We understand the cultural aspect of doing the supply chain work in India. But I'm also happy to report that it's an ongoing journey. We're not happy with $1 billion that we have accomplished so far. I think the potential is more, and India can offer more. And in that context, it's possible that we accelerate our supply chain effort, this year and moving forward. I'll also say that the number of suppliers that you see on the chart, about 5 years back, if you had invited me to this discussion, I would have said we have a good mix of suppliers from engineering and IT, and a few suppliers who work for us in the manufacturing area. Today, if you look at the spectrum of work we handle in India, it covers the IT and engineering suppliers for sure. It covers the direct manufacturing suppliers we have. It also includes the tier one suppliers, the bigger tier ones, the global players who have had joint ventures in India in the past, but the trend is to set up their own manufacturing units in country. We share a good relationship with most of them, and that's been a very important part of our supply chain aspect. It also includes MSME. Without MSME, I believe the supply chain network is incomplete. And recently, we've been very active with the logistics service providers. So you can imagine there is a flurry of engagements we've had with the supply base, with the industry at India level. And knowing that the pandemic brings a lot of challenges to all of us, we continue to stay on alert. And I'm also happy to report that we haven't impacted any of our production lines so far over the last 1 year in particular, in spite of all the challenges. So with that in mind, a little bit about our journey in India. And as I said, if you had looked at the supply base about 5 years back, we had some operations, but we really accelerated, over the last 5 years. And not only the suppliers across the structures, harnesses, tooling, electrical parts, but we also stood up a joint venture. And I can tell you the future is looking promising. And we've grown 4x over the last 5 years, which speaks about our Make in India journey as well. Now, looking at the different elements of supply chain. Now, in context of the future supply chain management and the future of logistics, it's important to understand the width of supply chain. Now, I know different people will have different definition of what's included in supply chain, but I'll tell you at high level. If you had talked to Boeing about 2 years back, yes, people would have talked about what we do with the supply base, what we do in manufacturing, possibly in the joint venture. But we have introduced another element in supply chain world, which is something called capability of India supply chain from India for the globe. What it means is that a lot of work, that we do now is using the team members in India, which helps not only the India operations but also what we require at the global level. And of course, logistics is a part of it. So, thinking about how much relevant we are in the bigger scheme of things, and that is what is going to decide what level of dependence our corporate has on Boeing supply chain in India. Now, I'll say that we are a part of global supply chain, but if you look at the scale of operations, it's grown over the last 3-4 years, which means we have some proven suppliers and a dependable supply base from India. In certain cases, we have single source suppliers, which kind of equate to the single point of failure also. And this also means that if there is some kind of a challenge with those sole suppliers, production lines are directly impacted. So there's a need for us to be alert and make sure, irrespective of the situation, we are able to deliver to the business needs. In certain cases, suppliers have a major share of what we need in our factories. And the themes across the board are affordability, bringing in value. Without value proposition, there is no international sourcing in my mind. So we've been able to solve certain business pain points for the business. And of course, offset is important. But I think if we do more of supply chain work, offset will happen automatically. Now, we are also gotten into the joint venture, as you know. We produce the big Apache fuselage structures at our joint venture in Hyderabad. In addition, we also have strategic supplier partnerships, and that speaks, volume of our industrial relations and partnership with the supply base in India. This also helps us. It's a win-win situation, I'll say. The better Make in India story we have, the more supplier options we have. It also helps us with the campaigns that we're bidding for in country. Now, in terms of the capability, which is what I'm proud of what we've developed over the last couple of years, we have been working on several global projects, making a huge difference, whether it's affordability, whether it's productivity. And think about agility in today's context, where speed is important, how you manage things are important. In that context, between the team in the US and the team in India, we effectively work 24/7. And we picked logistics as a statement of work a couple of years back. And we have developed good partnership with the logistics service providers too. So if you look at the overall width of what we do, I would say that there is a need, there is an intent, and there is an expectation from the business for us to perform better and to meet the business need. Now, this cannot happen if all these elements do not work together. Now, very often what I've seen is people look at what we do with suppliers as one bucket and logistics as a second one, which means you typically talk about a handoff. I've completed my job, it's over to you, logistics now. I don't think it works that way. And my experience is, unless all the elements work as integrated supply chain, hand in hand, we do not achieve the best results. So, moving ahead, the question is, and I was asked to talk about the supply chain resilience. And I would admit that we all have been put on test with all that has happened over the last 1.5 years. Now, the pandemic impact, people talk about, hey, there is a lockdown, but there's no shutting down of operations. In my mind, that's not important. What's important is how badly are the operations disrupted at the companies we work with, whether it's reduction of manpower, whether it's an impact on health and safety. We value the employees at the supply base. We value the partnership. We want all of them to be safe. But the reality is nobody can predict tomorrow. Nobody knows what kind of an impact this will have in the next 2 months. So what's the best way to handle this? What we're telling suppliers that they need to look ahead. If there's anybody in the world who can predict what tomorrow is going to look like, then we are happy to understand what that would be. Otherwise, we have to stay ahead of the game. And that is one reason we have not been able to disappoint, we have not disappointed anybody back in the headquarters in our business. The second challenge is, the demand and supply equation. Boeing had more challenges beyond pandemic in terms of getting our 737 MAX to service. And in that context, we've seen, it's had an impact on demand and supply. Therefore, in terms of flexible supply chain, it's important how we address what we have on hand. And in certain cases, the ramp rates required of the supplier's place also determine how the operations and the production line should be planned. This situation has impacted suppliers financially too, and more across the globe. We come across several distressed suppliers, and I believe that's an area where there's going to be more and more consolidation across the supply base. The costs are under pressure, and you would have probably experienced that. And in that context, both the product cost and the operation cost would be under pressure. And the customer expectation is not going down. In fact, it's becoming more stringent, and some of it reflects in the terms and condition also. Now, this also means there has to be a strategic level of reset in how the supply chain strategy works. A lot of discussion about the merits and demerits of globalization. A lot of discussion about what the supply chain architecture should look like. Should we go to the international regions, or given the dynamics in the industry? And if you look at some of the articles that got published in the media in the recent past, say there's a cycle where we face one or the other challenge every 3 years. So in that context, if we have to go through that cycle, does it make sense for us to globalize, to put supply base across international regions, or protect a production line by keeping as many supply base suppliers as possible within the states? So I think that's an interesting discussion, and I'm sure everybody is seeing a lot of value in globalization and picking the international supply base. Now, in context of logistics, even if suppliers stay ahead by 2 months or 3 months, the question is, are we able to move the parts? And today, we have seen several logistics challenges on the ground, which I'm going to talk about in the subsequent slide. So both the things are important, whether we produce the parts on time, and if we are producing the parts on time, are we able to ship the parts on time? And in that context, the stability of operations come into picture more when we operate in the virtual setup. I know there are going to be more challenges on your mind, but I guess these are the ones that I deal with almost every single day. Now, if you look at the other challenges, which come in terms of logistics, I think both air capacity and sea capacity is under question right now. There is congestion at the ports, and it's not just India, but it's across the globe. There are delays at the customs. The transshipments continue to be a challenge. And for those of you who are using the US flag vessel, would have experienced there have been some instances of blank sail. There is always a question of what's the best route. And when the Suez Canal issue happened recently, there was a discussion if we should reroute the shipments around South Africa. Consolidation is important in multiple ways, and it's been one of our actions all the way. And the delivery cycle, the TAT, from India, the door to door, as we call it. If you plot the actual data, it's going to show you that you can't predict this with the absolute certainty. So those are the elements we need to consider when we talk about managing supply chain. So how did we handle it in Boeing? And before we jump to what the future looks like, we've got a pretty good handle of the risk that we face. And we do not have to enter into issues before we talk about the problem, because the damage is already done in that case. So the expectation from all of us in Boeing is to look ahead, proactively assess the risk, and react to that. This includes both the production challenges and the logistics challenges. And we have done it. We have done it with all the key suppliers we have. And if there are people on the call who work with us, would know we are looking ahead, by several weeks or so. there could not be a better time to utilize data much better. And I'm a very strong believer in data-driven decision making. So we picked the data. We realized that in the world where the things are not very clear, things are very dynamic, there's one consistent thing that's going to help you, that's data. So we have been tracking the trend in the industry, whether it's the logistics cycle, whether it's the impact in terms of the workforce, the impact on the production line. And we have good analytical capability in supply chain team in India. So that is helping us make decisions every day. We use one BPS, which is one Boeing production system, as the standard work of operations in India. So I meet with my team every day at 10 a.m. in the morning. So there are some decisions which are made based on data, but the situation is dynamic. So you have to be flexible. And it's also about adjusting your decisions as the things progress every day. It also includes logistics planning, and we are able to reroute the shipments. We are able to consolidate. We are able to pick the best freight forwarder. I also think, for those people who are looking at how do we handle a situation in a more effective way, I think it starts with the leadership. I hold myself accountable for what my team does. And that's the expectation from the leadership across the supply base too. And if you sit on the margin there, I do not think you'll have the optimum results. We always look at the supply chain architecture and understand the complexity of the supply chain we have. If a supplier, as an example, supplying an assembly out of India, the sub-tier suppliers could be based in India or they could be based outside of India. Now think about a network of suppliers in India across the country and a supply base outside of the US that you need to leverage, whether it's raw material or any other process. You still have to deal with the end-to-end value chain. And the single point of failure is a function of the weakest link. And if you're not able to manage one of the elements, then it's going to impact on how you manage the supply base. Therefore, it's important that we have plan B in place. And sometimes it's difficult in today's scenario, but I can tell you with my experience, we've had success in coming up with plan B with most of the suppliers. Inventory management, you can always think about producing ahead of time. There has to be the right balance in what inventory levels you have, at the supply base and at our Boeing facility. So we're looking at that very closely, and we've been able to do a reasonable job so far on how we manage that. So ultimately, it reflects all on the performance. So performance, if you do quality and delivery, if you excel in that, then that's what supply chain management is about. And I'm happy to say that we have zero shortages out of India, and the Boeing suppliers will understand what I'm talking about. As I speak, we have zero shortages. We do have some of the things to take care of for the next 3 to 4 months. But overall, thanks to the wonderful supply base we have, we've been doing well so far. The last slide, in context of what the future supply chain looks like. Again, you will never be able to put the comprehensive list on one slide. A lot of opinion about what it will look like. But, I believe in simplifying, how we operate and how we handle the supply chain. So first of all, very clearly, there are certain enabling technologies. A lot of people call it automation. Some people call it digitization. But there are smart contracts, for example, where a lot of activities are triggered with the preceding action. There are embedded integration ideas which connect not only the tier 2 or tier 3 supply base, but also the customers who receive the services. A lot of discussion about do not touch model, the paperless work, everything driven on a digital network, and the network of suppliers in context of blockchain, or how we have a reach and visibility across the board is equally important. In context of logistics, and by the way, we call it TWNL, which is transportation, warehousing, and logistics. So you would have heard about the robotics and the influence of artificial intelligence and how we manage the warehousing. And elastic logistics is nothing but flexible logistics. And we do believe in altering the decisions, as the situation show up. in this dynamic world. We also, have been talking about circular and greener supply chain. Now, the supply chain has always been linear. You start from left to the right, and that's the chain you need to track. Today, we are talking about completing a circle, which means you look at whether you can recycle something, and which makes it more of a circular approach than a linear approach. In context of logistics, people are tracking emissions and heading towards the greener logistics. So that's important. So that could be the new norm as we move forward. And it's very important that we have the visibility across the supply chain, including logistics. And that's where the digital tool thread comes into picture. We have a tool which is called DVT, Digital Visibility Thread, which helps us track the shipments we make across the globe. The future of supply chain will also be about the risk management, and that's where you're actually tested how much you can think ahead of time and assess the risk and react to it. And I would say that nobody is perfect. If you can get rid of 90% of the issues or risks upfront, you can easily manage the remainder 10 as you discover them. And that is where supply chain resilience comes into the picture. I believe the pandemic will help us get leaner. And in the age where we are effectively working 24/7, the lean operations is an important thing. And I'll give you an example. As we started operating virtually, as we became more productive, we started creating more bandwidth for the team to handle more work. And that is one way the supply chain organization becomes leaner. So you can do more with less. I still believe international supply chain will have a huge role in driving the business strategies across the globe. The international supplies base brings in so much of value that I believe we have a very bright future in the supply chain world. In the future, people will also look at where it makes sense to have vertical integration. Again, mixed view, divided house on what is the right approach. But again, the cost, the core, and the risk will eventually decide where the decision goes. The cost, we all understand that it's going to be a huge challenge and an expectation, the operating cost, and which is where supply chain comes into picture. Typically across the industry, supply chain is about 60 to 70% of the cost. So in that context, it's very important that supply chain drives the efficiency. I can tell you we're absolutely focused on how we manage our costs well, which includes the inventory control as well. And in today's context, as we shape the future, it's also about the quantum jump. In Boeing, we call it business transformation. And there are a number of projects that have originated out of India. So we are making a huge difference. And the future of supply chain and logistics is about how we scale up and how we transform versus just making some incremental improvement. And that can happen if we have a data-driven approach. And that's where we think we are pretty strong. So overall, just to summarize, and before I pass it on back to Rajat, I would say these are exciting times. I know there are challenges across the industry. I know a lot of people talk about the pandemic, about challenges in operations and logistics. But for me, it's an opportunity. I think we have made so much of progress in the last 1.5 years. We have learned so much. We have adapted ourselves to the changing requirements. And we have also learned what the future supply chain and logistics will look like. So thank you again for giving me this opportunity to share my perspective. So back to you, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bhargava. That was a wonderful presentation. We have been receiving a couple of questions from our delegates requesting you to respond to them. So I will be reading out the questions for you. First question from our delegates is, what is meant by blank sail? Can you please elaborate?
Blank sail in simple terms is when a ship is expected to dock at India port and supposed to sail with the goods. It doesn't happen. That means the ship doesn't sail as scheduled. So for example, we're shipping some of the projects from Mumbai port on the US flag vessel. And because of multiple factors, these ships leave every Monday. But for some reason, they're not docking on that particular day. And so that particular week is missed. And then you have to look for the next opportunity. So it's equivalent to the ships not sailing.
So let's move on to the second question, which is during the pandemic situation, due to uncertainty, is Boeing planned for higher inventory?
The answer is no. I think the solution to handling pandemic is not higher inventory. We call it inventory optimization. And what it means is in places where there is a risk, the level of protection could be higher. But in certain cases, if your operations are stable and you're able to manage it you don't need that level of inventory. In fact, we are looking at how do we right-size the inventory, not necessarily reduce it or take it higher.
The third question that we have received is, how do you take decision on business transformation projects, ROI, NPV, etc.?
That's a good question. It has to start with the business requirement, the business pain, and what we're looking for. There has to be a need in the first place. And remember, as I said, business transformation is about a quantum leap. It's not about making incremental changes. So you have to have a good definition of what the problem statement is, and then you have to create a good business case around it. And if you cannot put your thoughts on the paper, you won't be able to execute that. So I've seen NPV, IRR, and all those things. Those are a part of what we do. But I think it's about how do you make a quantum jump and a major change. That's how we assess that. And we're doing a lot of projects out of India. I can tell you that.
Thank you for that. And we are moving on to our next question, which is from Rakesh Agarwal. The question is, if you are a beginner in this market, how should you start the business?
So you have to, and I believe when you're saying market, you're talking about the aerospace and defense industry in the current situation, right? I think you have to have a good assessment again of where the need is. And you have to reach out to the players who play in the aerospace and defense segment. We have worked with several suppliers who have been a startup. Working with Boeing direct is not the solution all the time. The solution could also be reaching out to global OEMs and presenting to them what value you could bring in. Because I can tell you, there are a lot of players in the industry today who say, we have money, we can invest, tell us what you want. But it's about explaining how you can add value.
The next question that we have from our delegate is Abid Ali. He wants to know, how are you managing the inventory under this pandemic situation, where the vendors across borders are not able to deliver in time?
We even before pandemic hit us, we had a very good process of project managing all the projects we have in India, and we do it more with the direct suppliers that we have. The project management spans across the full value chain, starts with the raw material. So I would say, as I mentioned, when the things are not very clear, data is your best friend. So with the sub-tier supply chain, we have a very good understanding of what their level of quality and delivery performance are. And depending on which location you are in, you're able to assess the risk. And I would say that you'll never be perfect in figuring out what's needed. So you have to go on the other side of the fence, assuming that things could go wrong. So I think we've been able to manage the raw materials to finished good in that context. And there's some specific examples people are looking for. I'll be happy to share offline as well.
We have more questions pouring in, and this one is from PV Shivaram. How does a large company help its supply chain for a digital transformation, finance and technology?
We consider supply base as an extended network of Boeing. So for example, the supply base in India is considered to be an extended part of a production system. So number one, there are certain tools that have to originate from the OEMs. So which means suppliers do not have to break their head figuring out how to digitize certain solutions. So step number one, the OEMs can help, extend this to the broader supply base. We have also taken some of the problem-solving methods to suppliers. We are coaching them on how to do it, how to use the tools. So that's the second part of it. And then finance is a broader question. I don't think there's a straight answer to that. But again, depending on what you what your engagement with us is. We also look at how we can engage with you financially.
Okay, moving on to another question from Avijit Sarkar. Can you please give some insights on tools to be used for digital SCM solutions for large and small industries?
See, I can tell you, I can give you one example from our logistics world. It's very important for us to track shipments. So we use a tool called DVT. Now, there are two elements, I think, to this question. One is, what are the industry tools available, which could be extended, across the board. Second is, what are specific to the OEM. So I'm talking more about what we have been using. For example, DVT, which is the digital visibility thread, is what we use to track shipments. And we have several other tools which track the production requirement and the shipment requirement. So, I think, you'll come across several of those, but you have to keep it simple and use whatever makes sense for you. And that's where we as OEM help the supply base as well.
Another question from Himanshu Sharma. Can you please enlighten us on the best option or tool or the probable tools to mitigate the current commodity price impact, where most of the costings are linked with the LME, which is not under our direct control?
It's a question that I come across almost all the suppliers while negotiating the price, and I do understand the concern they're talking about. I can also tell you that, and think this way, the products that we manufacture in India are almost 60 to 70% raw material and 30 to 40% labor. And that labor is a higher percentage when it comes to the US. We have been able to work with those suppliers who have been able to manage their cost better. You have to keep a track of the trend. You have to look at the minimum order quantity. And sometimes Boeing volume alone is not the right answer. You have to have a relationship with the supplier. Now, we do have a program, which is called a material aggregation program, that's specific to specific materials, where we have negotiated the prices for all the global buy. And we tell our suppliers to go and buy from there. So it has to be a combination, because we are not negotiating all the prices within Boeing world. And I can tell you the supply base in India has been able to leverage their broader relationship with the distributors also in some cases, and the mills also, to get the right pricing.
So I have three more questions for you. It's from Parveen Kumar Sharma. How can we manage TAT in pandemic situation, whereas vessel availability is not up to the mark?
So again, going back to the data question, and I'll give you an example. We have mapped the shipment cycle with different logistics service providers, both air and sea, for the last 6 months. In fact, we've been doing it for the last year or so, but we took the analysis for the last 6 months. We did it freight forwarder by freight forwarder. We understood whether it's sea or ocean. And we did both, DTA, which is door to airport, and DTD, which is door to door. And I can tell you that had thrown up certain numbers, which I can share in this forum too. In certain shipments, and I'll start with AOGs, that is pretty much controlled. It takes about 3 to 4 days to handle AOGs that way. In certain cases, you have to deal with international priority or international economy shipments. So you got to make a decision what to use. But what we ended up mapping, we realized that the deviation from the normal TAT is X number of days. And I don't want to influence anybody on this call to make the decision based on the numbers that we have seen. But we are able to figure out what is the delta in 95% of the cases. And we added that margin in the shipment to cover for the inefficiency in the logistics world. Because, it's true, we can solve some problems, but we cannot solve all. So my suggestion will be to go for the data, look at the data, and bake it into your plan in today's situation.
Another question, this is the second last question from Narasimha Rao Upala. How did you procure RM during the pandemic?
We don't procure raw material ourselves. We have the suppliers procure it, but we do help them with the cycle time. So we have understood what cycle they've taken. And in certain cases where the risk is higher, we also discuss if we can provide higher level of cycle time. But I think the procurement responsibility of the raw material is with suppliers. We do help suppliers when there is problem. Again, not in all the cases, but where we can.
Okay, so I'm going to read out a question from our delegate Akib Fodkar. There may be a chance that some suppliers face a bigger issue than others in trying to supply the parts. Is the level of difficulty encountered taken into consideration while analyzing this supplier performance?
Well, the measurement of supplier performance is the same for all, whether it's a new supplier, it's a difficult part, that's the way it works. But the answer is yes. When we deal with suppliers, we take into account several factors. Number one, how complex the part is. Is it the first article or are they in the production mode? How mature the supply base is? What kind of a skill level we have at the supply base? So, the reaction to all these elements is different. I mean, you can have a high level of confidence in the cycle time if the supply base is mature. But if the supply base is not, then I think we start a little early. That's how we factor in some of the risks in the process.
We have Sampath Kumar Paramasivan, who wants to know, due to pandemic for the past 1 year, the cost of logistics and warehousing, etc., have gone up. How do you manage to keep your cost under control with your clientele?
It's absolutely right that the cost of logistics, unfortunately, has gone up. And I'm quite optimistic it's going to come back to the 2019 levels sooner than later. But I think, there is, for those of you who believe in Six Sigma or believe in the root cause driven methodology, I would appreciate that there are other elements in the process that you can handle. So for example, we've figured out in the logistics world where consolidation makes sense. So I'll give you an example. If there are 2 shipments lined up in a span of 15 days that are required for the production system, the question we often ask is, can we club the 2 shipments, which means either delay a part by 15 days or advance the other one by 15 days. Because consolidation often results in the lower cost. That's one element. Second, the routing is very important. You need to understand whether it's a integrated carrier or airlines or what you're using for shipment. We have figured out the routing, and I won't say it's perfect, but we understand which freight forwarder to go with for most of the shipments we make. So there are other opportunities, but I agree that generally the pricing have gone up, but we have managed to keep the overall cost in control.
One last question from our delegate Sumit Bhargava. What do your key customers value of Boeing over other competitors?
I don't know if this question is for Boeing as a whole or for Boeing supply chain. I think I can pick an example of Indian customers for the fleet that we have provided. And I can speak for supply chain. I mean, sustenance is a very important function. We have our team members all over the place sitting at the customer base to look at the spare parts and some of the AOG requirements. And I think we have managed fairly the expectations in terms of availability as defined in the contract. So I think I will say that whether it's an internal customer or external customer, I think the level of commitment that the supply chain team has demonstrated should be the differentiator.
Thank you, Mr. Bhargava. Thank you for taking out time and sharing your insights here. We now move on to our next session, which will begin at 12 o'clock.
Thank you.
Sharing. You're welcome. Until then, please do keep sharing your thoughts using our hashtag Future of SCM. In the meantime, you can definitely check out our partners' virtual booths in the Experience Zone. I welcome our panel speakers for the first inaugural panel discussion to the Future of SCM and Logistics 2021, supported by Manufacturing Today India, which is a leading magazine for professionals in the manufacturing sector. News and features in the magazine encompasses everything related to production, automation, machine tools, plant heads, supply chain, technology, among others. With that, I would like to introduce the delegates to our panel members. Umakant Nair, Director, Center of Excellence, GSC COE Pune, Eaton Limited. Shom Chatterjee, Head of Procurement and Logistics, ITC Foods Limited. Avinash Dhagat, VP Supply Chain Mama Earth. Ajay Singh, VP, Head Supply Chain Management, Aqua Farm Chemicals Private Limited. Siddharth Joshi, Account Director, Blue Yonder. This panel will be moderated by Anthony Prashant, Partner, Deloitte Touche Tomatsu India LLP.
Thanks, Amrita, and a very good morning, good afternoon to all the viewers and to my fellow panelists. And I hope in this current situation, I know all of you are keeping safe and then taking care of yourselves. I know it's a challenging times that we're going through, but it's all good things looking forward, and we look forward to the situation to settle down. So coming to the topic of today, future of supply chain and logistics. What we have traditionally seen is supply chains have been linear in nature, and we go by the typical SCOR model: plan, source, make, and deliver. And we have now seen a big shift from this linear sequential supply chain, something which is getting completely interconnected in the future, and what we call as the digital supply networks or the digital supply chain. And what this is intending to do is, how can we optimize discrete functions such as procurement, manufacturing, planning, and bring them all together so that we achieve better results and achieve the business objectives. And historically, as supply chain professionals, we've always been trying to manage the 4 V's, right? What volatility, volume, velocity, visibility, and that we continue to keep optimizing. But there are 4 other objectives which never change, whether it's in a linear world or a digital world, which is your cost, service, quality, and support, right? This will never change. We still need to be striving to working on this. And these priorities, since they don't change, in today's session, what we are trying to attempt and also share with the viewers from our esteemed panelists is, we'll try to focus on how technology is helping realize these benefits. What are disruptive strategies that are getting enabled by technologies? And more important, we'll also try to discuss some specific on-ground, day-to-day practical issues that we face and how digital is going to address them. And as we do all this, how efficiencies are also going to help and improve environmental efficiencies. So that's what we would like to cover in today's discussion in the next 57 odd minutes. And quickly jumping into the discussions, I wanted to start with some fundamental aspects when it comes to digital and what has been the need that drives getting into digital. And this is a question which I fondly want to check with Umakant. For any digital transformation, one of the biggest things is people talk about is data, and how well data is maintained. That becomes a basic requisite. Any analytics, anything it's built on data. And for many companies, this has been a concern because sales, commercials, these are some things which they generally are good from a data point of view. But when it comes to supply chain and manufacturing, we've seen companies, the adoptability rate in terms of sensors, IoT, bringing them into a data lake is fairly slow. And where do you think organizations are moving in this part? And also from your perspective, from the organization that you currently represent, what has been the journey and what companies have done in the last 2-3 years in this aspect?
Thank you, Prashant. Very good morning to all of you and the entire panel here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And so I'll start from more from a supply chain background, because we've been in manufacturing. The manufacturing used to be or is always at the forefront from a focus perspective, where the investments, the digital change which is coming, and it was already there in manufacturing from many days, I would say. And the interest and opportunity to move into the digital manufacturing side was more available at that point in time. The challenge for Indian industry was from supply chain, it was never a priority, if I may say so. And what we used to measure is more of the product, if it is delivered and if it is delivered on time, our own methods well within what is available. And that could be a simple email mechanism, phone calls, chasing, whatever we want to say. We have forecasting mechanism. Any company you pick up, we have forecasting mechanism. But most of the times, the dependency is more on supply chain side of it. Even if the forecasting change, even if the market is volatile, everything comes back to supply chain in terms of now you react. So it's more of reacting what comes to us. And that gives us more exhaustive, non-productive work. And that is where the opportunity sits. Why is it? It is because our focus always get back to parts. We always focus on we need to deliver parts or we need to deliver the finished goods. But we tend to forget what is happening between the entire chain. Supply chain is not a different organization than manufacturing or engineering, because the dependency for supply chain in engineering, in manufacturing is evolving, and it's completely visible now. So that's the change what I would say. But most of the time we go back to the our Excel mechanism, which is more dear and near to us. It's very easy to the point at that time we can react, we use that. Now the shift here is bringing the supply chain data, which is nothing but everything. Like we talk about engineering data, I touch base on that because for supply chain, the cost is important. But when you're sitting with the engineering, you'll understand where we can have more opportunities on commonization, product complexity reduction. So the data is coming from engineering side. So that's first side of it. The other side, which we talked about, you have the marketing data as well for what to make, when to make, and also sometimes we can ask the question, why do we need to make it? Because we are chasing some parts, which is like in very less numbers. And then you're investing a lot of time, manual hours, connecting with supplies. You talk about our production, manufacturing data, logistics data, all of the data sets which are available in most of the organization, but we don't sincerely use it, cleanse it, and make it available for better utilization. For that, there is a lot of opportunity as well, because the systems are completely different. And we'll come to the point, I believe some of our panels and also Blue Yonder is pretty good in those areas. So that might be able to add more value over there. But that's where the predictive piece will be coming in. And that's where forecasting fluctuations and how my supplier, and this is coming back to us, how my supplier can respond to a change. Because I can't go back to a supplier if the capacity is not visible, it is already shared. So can I get that visibility very clear? For that, I also need to be flexible in terms of giving my forecast in the right method. So that interlinkage and connectivity is more important beyond the organization. We could do wonders if the machines operations can talk directly to the supply chain. That's more of a dream, flexing the real-time side of it. But we should be dreaming in that direction rather than only thinking about, okay, what is the return on investment? But I think this pandemic has taught us how can we move in that direction by developing digital mindset. Over to you.
Absolutely. In fact, the question that you also raised, where the adaptability of why industries are taking some time to adopt to this. And what we've seen is the reasons have also been many. Right? Some of them would already be on healthy margins, or they might have a dominant position, and they never had an inclination or the urge to get into a digital. But what we've also seen now is, because let's say if you take the example of a pharma sector, right, it sits on healthy margins, but then given the pressures on cost from maybe on the US from an export perspective, or the supply dependencies on a particular country, so now they've started getting into these initiatives. So therefore, Ajay, coming from the chemical sector, what has been the you think a driver to adopt companies to start looking at this? Move away from the traditional way of thinking. And while efficiency has always been, a company's goal, but when did you think they start looking at digital as a means to start driving efficiencies?
Yeah, good afternoon, Prashant, and good afternoon to all participants and my co-panelists. As you said, I belong to a specialty chemical vertical, which is basically in a B2B segments, and where our final customers are in the basically in the consumer good industry or fast moving consumer goods. And what we have seen in particularly in just starting of the COVID last year, that all the consumer goods were going off the shelf from all across markets, and there was a panic in all demand and supply across. Okay, so we are also part of that panic, demand and supply. And then what has happened that basically due to the traditional approach, and that too in a chemical industry, and as you said, it is because of the high margins and all. Traditionally, we never thought of that we have to go for a digitization and full fledged. Though basic ERPs and other things were in place, but complete digitization is totally, it was far away from what we are currently. It has been implemented after COVID-19, and it was, though it was in a very nascent stage. And the second phase was that okay for India manufacturing as such, because we have all our dependency of raw material is from Asia Pacific countries like China, Taiwan, Vietnam, and all. And we have seen before COVID trade war between US and China. Okay, that has given leverage to chemical industry a lot. In that sense, there were some preparedness and people were going into a digitization, but strategically, you see, we were more on the process like lean manufacturing and other things rather than the digitization process. And being a leader in this vertical, though the talks were there to go for a more digitization process, but still it was like okay, to take care of the disruption in supply chain, rather like Chinese New Year holidays and all those factors will, because it was happening in a interval across the years. Okay, so all the supply chain were very much in that forum, not in like okay to handle this COVID. So apart from this, doing this second and third portion of the supply source, to have a robust supply chain, but also a digital ecosystem. That is what how it has we have learned in post-COVID era, which is enabled by the technology, right? And this has given us a three basic learning that in a particular when I'm talking about a supply chain, then how to impart that online forward and backward bidding processes they through various tools and tackles, right? Then driving the efficiency by like material information flow through which at least we can have end to end and all the our partners on the same platform, because there was a lot of disruption was happening in the COVID time where all the partners were in a very in a isolation way they were working it. So how to bring themselves all of them in a single platform basis. So to have an advanced triggering system, information which can be at least processed end to end, we can map it. And thirdly, it is basically it is how to accelerate all this information to a decision making process. That is how at least we have started going forward into the whole digitization process. But still, chemical sector, I'll say it is very nascent stage. Still, we are working, because I think my co-panelist, someone will definitely come on the some information, but because a lot of tools are there which need to be interlinked, because we are hearing a lot of tools to be there to integrate, and that is where the problems are still there.
Absolutely, Ajay, when you spoke about bringing the partners on a single platform, one of the new model that, or a big shift in the operating model which we saw because of code is moving from competition to co-optation, right? How can we as a ecosystem come together and achieve it, rather than look at each other as a competition? Can we all come together and achieve? So it moved from competition to co-optation, all trying, because of everybody was getting hit by some multiple challenges in the last 1 year because of the pandemic, and that actually led to a new operating model. And to that point, Siddharth, what's your view in, especially when therefore the planning models will also change? Like you would have seen someone who's looking at an advanced planning solutions. When you're looking at you'll have the drivers for planning itself will completely change, right? When ecosystem comes together, and so how has this been from your experience in terms of what technologies that you started looking at to bridge or bring in new types of thinking into the overall supply chain planning platform?
Before I answer that, Prashant, thank you so much for having me here, and very good afternoon to all the panel members and everyone who has joined this webinar. The question is very relevant in today's day and age, right? And when you look at any organization which is embarking on that digital transformation journey, the real beginning of that process is much earlier, right? So the companies need to really look at their mission, vision statement, the value they are looking to deliver at to their customers, right? And then look to align their digital transformation process to all of these, right? While and it is equally important that you don't look at it as an IT implementation project. It is not, right? What you're really looking to achieve are operational efficiencies, supply chain efficiencies, which would lead to cost optimization. Now, how do you decide to use this cost optimization? It could be for driving profit, it could be for profit maximization, it could be for acquiring new customers, retaining customers. So what are the objectives? You need to be clear about that. A lot of time it's easy to get lost in the whole process, right? Okay, I am an organization, I'm about to begin this huge journey, and it is a daunting process, right? And the resistance to change is huge, because it's not just adopting a solution, implementing it. It is process change, it is people change, it is bringing in new people, upskilling your current one as well. While you're doing all of this, you should not lose sight of your target. That is quintessential here, right? Now, when it comes to why these digital technologies are important, if you look at organizations, right, so you would have different kind of people, personnel employed with different skill levels, right? So if you at a very high level, if I simply divide them into blue and white collared, so what recent changes, now this is a black swan event, right? Once in a millennium, and I hope this does not happen again. But how companies are preparing for this, so there is at the blue collar level, there is cross functional training, or that is being imparted to employees to build in that redundancy, to have that resilience, right? And also when you look at the other arm, right, the more white collared employees, the planners, the executioners, now these are folks who have a lot of experience, they have tremendous domain knowledge and expertise. What they have been lacking, and also in fairly matured organization, is a tool to really exploit this knowledge. And this is where your digital tools and digital fulfillment platforms and applications such as Blue Yonder come into picture, right? So the idea here is to, one, not operate in silos. This has been happening for way too long. Brilliant people, they understand everything that is to do with their business, but the seamless flow of information is absent. Now, this is where digital technologies really come to the fore. They destroy these silos, these information islands, so to speak. And now your organization is connected. It's connected in the true sense of the word. That makes for more consistent data, which results in better insights, which results in better decision making, right? More informed decision making. And that is at the heart of the matter here.
Absolutely. And you hit the right chord here, how are we actually equipping our people
Right.
with the right intelligence, tools that can give them the right intelligence to derive that insights and make decisions. And more importantly, digital should not be seen as a technology implementation, but you look
Exactly.
at it from a transformation perspective.
Right.
What does it do from a people perspective, from a process perspective? Obviously, enabled by technology it's an enabler, but
correct.
How to look at it? That's I think that's a very apt point that we need to look at, because most of the companies, because I've seen companies who think that if they have interconnected data, means they call themselves digital. What do you do with the data? So that's correct. Very important, right? Correct. So to that point, it brings me, if I have to expand this point further, like when we spoke about planning, SNOP, Avinash, from a consumer business perspective, right? There are so many. Now you've seen the market is volatile. You don't know, while we forecast for 2 months or 3 months, we do a long-term planning. But today it's changed, right? Things are changing every month. And if you look at even the SNOP cycles, companies are looking at, I used to run SNOP cycle in a month. Can I actually crash that? If I have the right tools and technologies, can I actually do a cycle every week? Can I redeploy plans? Can I plan on a daily basis? And that's what people are looking at, the more agile way of working, looking at AI, ML capabilities. So how do you think this is changing from a pure consumer business perspective, especially when demand, even you not sure in today's time what will sell in the next 1 week, right? So what's your view on that, Avinash?
Sure. Thanks, Prashant, for the question. And before actually answer that question. Thank you for having me here, and also very good afternoon to all the panelists and everybody else who's connected, e-connected with us today. Interesting question, Prasad, and I think having been in the CPG industry for a while, right? CPG, there's a reason why it's called fast FMCG, right? Fast moving consumer goods, because obviously, one, there's a lot of dynamicity in terms of how things move, and then and what we've seen in the last couple of months, quarters, and the last 1-2 years, that the variability and the dynamicity has really gone up, right? And different companies are addressing it very, very differently. But something that I understand has come out as a common way of looking at this kind of a problem statement and seeing how can we leverage technology to solve this is to use a bifocal lens to look at the whole demand supply problem, right? And so like in a bifocal lens, right, there's a lens that helps you to see a little more long term, and then there is a lens to see as a longer vision, and then there is a shorter vision, right? So similarly, this problem can be broken down into two parts, where there is a long-term view of capacities, forecasts that are needed, which helps companies to do capacity planning, long-term manufacturing capacity planning, or even their execution capacity planning, right? What should be the warehousing capacities, or where should be executed from, or what should be our manufacturing capacities, and then align their own production facilities or the outsourced production facilities, right? And for that, you need a certain view of the next 6 months, 12 months, essentially. At the same time, there is a need to then obviously look much closer in terms of the timelines, which is with 1 month, 2 months, or within months, the week-wise requirements, right? And it's not that these two views have to be looked at from a similar problem-solving capability, or even in terms of what do we want to do with the data. So, for example, for long-term forecasting, what we need is more historical data, and then look at the broad demand drivers, look at how the trends are evolving, so on and so forth, and then use that output to plan all the capacities. On the short term, it's more about managing the replenishments and the availability more agilely. And then when you say, generating weekly plans or doing SNOP every week, it's not doing those SNOPs every week, but to design the supply chains in a way where we are able to read the demand at a granular level, right? Which is at a much more, at a nodal level. So if you are replenishing from some of our downstream warehouses, or if we have a visibility to our trade partner warehouses, or wherever they are stocking inventories at. So read the demand at those locations and use the short-term demand information in a way where it can relegate back into the supply chain, and we can replenish. So either it is replenishing from our other warehouses to those demand centers, or relaying that information back into the manufacturer and say, okay, can we do short-term production planning? So while we know that in a month we want to produce X, but can you then change your schedules while we still produce X plus minus whatever that is required, but change your schedules because now we see for a product that the demand's going up in this short term, right? So to use these two views very, very differently, and that's where separating the whole long-term plans versus what we do in short term really works. And this is what I've also seen very recently in some of my experiences in the CPG industry, how this short term planning can really help in terms of making sure that in the end we are able to meet the availability requirements or the service requirements, right? What it is also leading to, so when we look at short term, the other change that I'm also seeing is a lot of times if you look at our the kind of indicators that we use to figure out if our supply chains are working fine or not, or how do we react to those, they have typically been the fill rate or the service indicators, right? So that's the most common indicator that we talk about, that what the fill rates have been or what the service rates have been. But traditionally, this is a backward-looking indicator, right? So whatever we have filled as an order is what you see, and then you say, okay, where are the gaps? What are the reasons for the gaps, and how do you fill those gaps? Now, what digital technology is enabling is, and for a lot of companies, which is in CPG, because in CPG, you would see most of the companies are now, they are playing both on the online and the offline channel, right? And on the online channel, one of the big advantages is if the right capabilities there, you can monitor your inventory on a hourly or daily level, right? And then you're not looking at fill rates, but then you're looking at forward-looking availabilities and then reacting to that. So in one of our recent experiences, so most of the, if you would see, e-com companies or companies which plays on the online channel goes through these big events, right? They'll have big sales where the demand could spike multiple times of what a normal demand is. And it's very important to be able to agilely react to those demand spikes. Otherwise, you'll end up losing onto the sales, right? And then by using data, if that hourly vision in terms of what that availability is, and at the same time, let's say if there is a certain demand pattern that comes out in the last couple of hours or days, which can then tell you that this inventory is going to be available only for the next X hours. And then you know that, where are your next fulfillment centers, and then you replenish through those fulfillment centers. So that's the level of granularity that technology helps us to get into, and then obviously react. So what it means is we're not still changing anything, in terms of our broad monthly capacity plans, etc., but reacting at a much more granular level by using this level of granularity. And I've seen a lot of CPG companies now trying to leverage this kind of data to build that reactivity in the system. And this is where the technologies that you mentioned, right? So AI, ML, or be it any other technology, that really helps, because what they do is use this very short-term historical data in a way, and then say, what happens in the next couple of days, and then use this information to relay it back and, build the right agility in the supply chain.
Well put, Avinash. If I can actually, as you speak, we can bucket this into 4 parts, right? One is what you call as the descriptive analytics. So what has happened? This is what the sales happened in this region, X volumes. That's it. And then you move into the diagnostics, right? Why it happened in a certain region. And the third phase companies are now getting. This is why we have seen most companies in the second and the third phase are from diagnostics moving to predictive analytics. Because of this, what is going to happen? And there's the other end of the spectrum, right? You get into prescriptive analytics. You define, you try to see what is going to happen, and you also say what actions you need to take. So if I take the spectrum, right, from descriptive to diagnostics to predictive, and then finally move to prescriptive, frankly speaking, I have not seen much companies in the prescriptive stage. Most in the diagnostic stage, some are moved into the predictive stage, right? And which means it means a lot more thinking on the data, the kind of information that you need to look like. For example, do I like, and you rightly said, long term versus short term. Long term I can look at historical sales, but short term, what are drivers? Let's say, should I look at rainfall, or should I look at weather patterns, temperature in a region, daily changes that will have an impact on sales. So the way you start looking at data and drivers is going to become a very important element if you have to move into predictive and into the prescriptive stage. So I want to come back to Umakant on this point. Since as you're part of a center of excellence, how do you see these data elements changing, and what are concerns for organizations? What is stopping them to get into the predictive and the prescriptive stage? Is it a cost factor, or is it actually a pure data factor? What do you think are the big trade-offs that companies have to make when they get it?
As I get in there, and I would connect back to what Siddharth was mentioning, and that's really an important point. Like, working in silos is a bigger challenge. Like when I say silos, that is the internal systems as well as external partnership. Like, I can do everything by myself. That is going to be a bigger challenge for the future, because that's not a possibility at all. 2 things which comes to my mind, which is very important for any organization, which was there in mind, but the transformation is coming in. Supply chain can be the partner for revenue generation, or rather avoiding the revenue leakages. So that's something what we need to really understand, take immense pride. That's something which we should be bringing in, and that gives us more opportunity seat in terms of talking in the boardrooms, having discussion with our partners, than only ROI. ROI is important, that is really important, but at the same time, how can we avoid the leakages? And that is where we will be able to understand what are we spending, why are we spending, where are we spending. Like internally, when we look at only cost reduction opportunities, we invest a lot of manual hours as well. So there is a lot of opportunity there in terms of getting into more predictive side of it, where we can understand there is a potential price increase which is coming in, which is not a complete rocket science for today. It is more driven through the market, what is happening outside. We pick up the commodity cost, which is more going up. But how are we? Are we reacting, or are we getting that insights well in advance and then planning it appropriately? So revenue leakage is something which is a very good priority, what supply chain should be focusing upon when we look at this predictive, prescriptive side of it. Prescriptive, again, it is going to be a bit longer there. The second piece is staying competitive, which all of us knows, correct? We have the maximum investment for any industry that goes through supply chain. And if you talk about the spend, we talk about the complexity where what we manage from a end-to-end supply chain. That's creating more and more opportunities, challenges for any industry. We have cutthroat competition. Take any industry, whether it is manufacturing, like automobiles, pharmaceutical companies, or chemical companies, that is always there. And our suppliers are also supplying to our competitors, which is the truth today. And then when that goes on with all the complexities, what we are talking about, or all the forecasting challenges, what we are talking about, first, internally, our systems need to be integrated, and there will be difficulties because we have our legacy systems. And if I try to do, or anybody try to do system integration by ourselves, that's going to take a lot of time. Where is the possibility? And that's a possibility where we can partner with our external vendors, but at the same time, there are opportunity for university collaborations. So it's more of a joint opportunity, and your system might need some help, like human. Correct. Like it's like everybody, I need some help on some of the areas where I'm not really good. And understanding that, and standalone system will have limitations. That is something what we need to start understanding, partner, and that will increase the speed and agility and resilience. That's what I can see from my knowledge.
Absolutely, Amakant. When we look at all these solutions, right? The point is, do we need to look at the cost angle or focus on the benefit that it's going to create? Because don't look at it as a cost, but look at it at what people, this typical statement, look at it as an investment and how it's going to bring us more benefit from a revenue or a margin perspective. And the point you touched upon, right? How do I bring, there are multiple providers, multiple players, how do I all bring them together? And I've seen the many companies grappling with this, because let's say if I have to do an IoT implementation, right, then I need to work with the vendor who focuses on sensors. Then I have to work with the vendor who has the data lake or the data platform. Then I'll have to look at a vendor who works on the analytics part. So the point is, there are multiple players that a company has to work with. There are and obviously, you have system integrators, but even when you say system integrators, they still have their own independent people. So, where do you think our approach should be? There's building the consortium. What could be a typical challenge, even if you build this consortium, and what do you think the way forward for this is? Because finally, it's not like all of these have to come together. So, Avinash, I thought maybe I'll take your views on this and how. You think companies should look at this going ahead, because this is something which we cannot avoid, but then we need to be prepared on how do we work with the larger ecosystem together.
So I have a slightly different view on this, right? One, I think if you look at the kind of business problems which are there, which each of these technologies are trying to solve, they are very different business problems, right? Even within a similar industry, and even if you pick a simple problem of planning and forecasting, right, the problem statement would differ by the kind of business model that the company is, right? So let me take an example of CPG industry itself, right? Within CPG, let's say there is a company which is whose business model is heavily skewed on offline, right? And on offline, then there is obviously a limitation to what data can be captured, at what granularity, at what time period, and so on and so forth, right? Versus, let's say, a company which is completely on an online player, where the granularity of the data that the company can capture is very high, right? Both in terms of it can even capture a consumer data in terms of what the consumer is ordering, when he's ordering, what is he ordering with, and also from a time granularity. It could be hourly, daily, weekly, whatever that level of data is. Now, what this then means is, even if you are trying to solve a forecasting problem for either of these two companies, the approach would be very, very different, right? Because all of these problems, any technology that we use to try and solve a supply chain problem is heavily dependent on the data. So what data we have and what kind of business problem it is would define then what do we leverage as a technology to solve. And there are two approaches to then have, right? So when you look at a solution provider, either they can have an end-to-end system which does a lot of things, so, right? And you even extended it to the other end to say, even having sensors, IoTs, etc. So either to have an end-to-end system, but then it can be customized to each of these problem statements. So that's one approach. Or the other approach is to say, you have different players who have an expertise in solving a specific kind of a problem, and then whoever is trying to solve that problem has an option of picking and choosing each of these up, right? What are the pros and cons? So let me pick the second option first, because that's most logical, because these problem statements are so different, and you have experts who have, when I say experts, it's the companies or the technologies that has an expertise in solving each of these problems in a certain way. It becomes a lot more easier for companies to pick these modules or specific solutions to solve that problem, right? So that's the first one. Now here the challenge typically is to make sure that when you have 2 or 3 things that you've picked up, how do you make sure that you mitigate the risk when you have too many systems on board? And that's one of the biggest risks, right? To make sure that the systems are talking to each other. So what you need is a backbone on which all of these systems can then integrate, and then they're able to talk to each other. It's like when you're looking at a business problem to solve, you get in experts on the board, because each of these experts can solve parts of those problems, but then you have to make sure that they are able to talk to each other, right? If they don't do that, then you will not be able to solve the problem. So exactly that's one kind of an approach, and that to me seems to be the most logical approach for 2 or 3 reasons. One, if you would see one from a technology point of view, things are evolving really fast, right? 2 years back, if we would have had this conversation, we would not have even talked so much about AI ML. It was not tested so much, right? It was. I also know, so for example, BY for now has AI ML capabilities on their platform, but a couple of years back it would not have been the case, right? So because it's changing, technology is evolving so fast. One, companies would not want to get into decisions which are not reversible, right? So you end up having a very heavy technology implemented, but let's say something changes and you would want to adopt that change, but that big heavy part has not been able to adopt that change, right? So if that happens, then you are stuck. So which is why it becomes easier for a company to say, okay, let me pick a smaller solution, solves a specific problem, but it's also a reversible decision, right? Tomorrow I can change it when there is a different problem statement, or if the nature of my problem changes, or if the technology evolves, right? So that's one. Second, like I said, because there are these specific parts to a problem, different problem statements, a lot of companies would build expertise on those areas, and we see that happening, right? So companies having an expertise on an SNOP planning solution versus a company which has an expertise, let's say, on a IoT solution, or a company which has built a lot of expertise only on analytics part, right? So let's say if you have to use or front end the data on a certain platform, a lot of planning solutions might not be able to do that, but you'll be able to easily get off-the-shelf kind of solutions and build on top of that, right? So because there are these expertise that are available in the market, it's easier for a company to say, okay, this solution fits best for my problem statement, and it's also easy and quick to implement, right? So that's the second reason. And the third reason is typically when you look at if you look at heavy solutions, right, very big, bulky solutions, the time to implement is very, very large and the stakes are high. Versus when you're implementing smaller solutions, right? The turnaround time is quick. You can test and learn very, very quickly. One of the important things with new technologies is, so while we talk a lot about AI ML, most of the companies don't know how to use that, right? What does it actually mean for them? So, and which is why it's important to have something which you can deploy very quickly, learn for the next 6 months, and figure out if it works for you or not. So that's an important piece, which is why I think the option of having one company solving all these problems for you versus having different companies or different solutions or technologies solving it for you works better. And on the other hand, obviously, there's a midway to this also, which a lot of companies explore, which is where you have a solution, a company providing a lot of these solutions, but then giving you a flexibility to implement some of those modules. So you can pick and choose those modules, right? You can say, okay, let me pick this problem statement, a replenishment problem statement first, solve for that. If it works, let me extend then to the next problem statement, and then to the next problem statement, and so on and so forth, right? So that's another approach that's there, which is in midway between the two solutions. But like I said, I think the other solution, right, where you have an option to pick and choose, test and learn very, very fast with low commitments and stakes, is to me seems to be a better approach.
It's a very simple approach. So you want to take a fail early approach. So you start something, you fail early, and then you quickly move ahead. You don't want to do this for 7-8 months and realize it's not working. So yeah, it's like, yes, that you had a point.
I just wanted to agree with what Avinash was saying, and also add my 2 cents to this. So the companies undertaking these projects, they have to be honest with themselves in terms of their own IT maturity, right? Capability, having the capability and the right people to execute this, right? Another way to go about it, again, similar to what Avinash said, is to get those quick confidence building wins, to have those wins in place, to showcase that to the stakeholders, right? And that is also a great way to go about it. You learn while you do, and you are succeeding while you are doing it, right? So I just wanted to add those 2 points quickly.
Right. Absolutely. I just want to shift gears a little bit at this stage. We spoke about a lot of new things coming in from a digital perspective, technology. What can digital do? What's the changing scenario from a supply chain perspective, even from an analytic perspective, from pure descriptive, trying to move into the prescriptive spectrum. Now, this means the way we do work is also going to change, right? Because therefore, the skill required by any individual is also going to change. For example, even you look at COVID, we started working remotely. We never thought that 50% of the workforce can actually work from home and so it's actually created a new shift. So the way of working, or even many companies have started doing troubleshooting. Let's say there's a machine breakdown. People have done this using AR/AV to look at can we do an augmented reality model, virtual reality model, and see how we can actually troubleshoot remotely. And even I've been discussing with many pharma companies that, let's say, FDA approvals. Some of them are looking at, can I do an FDA audit virtually? So and it means skilling a person also is required. Let's say if you take the example of a maintenance has to be done remotely on a machine. Now it's the operator who's going to be supporting, and then if he has the smart glasses or the virtual reality glasses, that means his skill has to be upgraded. He not only needs to know about the machine, but he needs to know about what virtual reality is. He needs to be getting adapted to that technology. So the future of work is actually going to change. We may not call someone as a supply chain planner. We may call him a supply chain data scientist. I'm just saying, or 4 years, 6 years before we never heard of this word data scientist. Right, today it's a very commonly used word. So Ajay, from your perspective, right, what have you seen and what your organization is focused on, especially from, let's say, if COVID was a driver for this, how have you looked at reskilling your teams, especially from new skills that have to be acquired?
So basically, for the reskilling of the employees or skill of the employees, there are basically, to go back to this things, we have basically gone into 3 basic trends to know it, that how to adopt this situation. One is the sustainability. Sustainability is the entire ecosystem, because we are working in a vertical like water treatment chemicals. Okay, so how we know that water is being depriving across the globe, and then we have climate changes, and then reduction in the biodiversity. So these are the factors which is actually, to adaptability has to be how it is hitting into our industry and a vertical as such. And the second thing what we have come to analysis part is that how the demographical and geopolitical changes happening. As you have seen in the 1970s till 2010, 15, the whole chemical industry has been diverted from the west to east side, right? Is from west side European Union and Americas, it came to China and India. So nowadays, almost 40% of chemical GDP is being generated from India and China. China largely, and then India part of that. And after the US-China war, trade war, a lot of diversion happens to second countries like China, India and Japan and other places, right? And then coming to the technology part. So as I've discussed earlier also, and many of my co-panelists were telling it, that chemical is basically a slow tender in part of the technology part, because we are always be a last industry vertical to go for a technological evaluation. But currently, because we are more focused on the physical movement of the good, that to a very niche market where limited supply, limited customer base. So, but as the post-COVID has given us a signal that how we can evolve out of this, all the sustainability part of it. So we have seen a lot of part like artificial AI is basically has given a lot of improvement. As I say, it is not on the supply chain, but in the R&D part and the maintenance, as we were saying it, a lot of maintenance, remote maintenance has been taken place on the AI front. And we have seen in last 1 year, there are a lot of improvement factors. Initially, it was like we were very skeptical about how the maintenance can be possible remotely, right? But by the time and 2 months, 3 months and 4 months, now the situation is there that people are operating from like our maintenance crews from Ahmedabad or from Dubai or from Singapore. They are operating our own, all this motors, drivers and all the equipments. So that is at least a very good part. And as you mentioned, Prashant, about the FDA audits and all. In last 1.5 years, we have seen all our audits, because we are also comes in the portion of our product comes under FDA. All our audits has been done online. Okay, so that is the beauty of this thing has happened. What we have learned in the COVID. Okay, how to digitally transform the things, and within supply chain management, the analytical part, which has been given a trigger, right? We are importing a lot of our commodity chemicals from China, Taiwan, and all the places. So a lot of documentation process with the customs, DGFT, and all these processes has been digitized so much that okay, at least we are 70% we are seeing that smoothness in the process has happened. But still, a lot of scopes are there, and for reskilling and skilling of the manpower as such. It is basically, we have seen it in the area of like P2P model, where actually in every segment, a lot of automation has been done. And still there are a lot of scopes are there where at least procurement and strategic sourcing people can at least have reskilling in the process, in their improvement. Then end-to-end supply logistics part, that okay, this is the weakest link in the whole supply chain network when there are 5-6 partners for a one component moving from part A to part B. So integrating those things is a very critical, and still we are working on it at how to at least cope up with the things. Then to the customer side, O2C, that order to cash model, that okay, how realization and all, because every segment, as we are catering to 33 countries across the globe, and this pandemic lockdown happening in different part of the world in different timing. So how to realize this cash, because ultimately the cash is a part of the organization to run. So that is where we have seen that model where people are at least reskill their resources, and that is where I think a lot of things have been there. And audits, as we mentioned, it is the basic parts. We have seen it transformation happened.
Ajay, I echo the points that you mentioned. In fact, when it comes to reskilling, I was speaking to one of my friends in the who heads up chemical production unit, and then I was checking with him. He says, I'm actually getting into a training program, and so then he's saying, what's the training program about? I was asking. So he said, it's with the plant maintenance team. And on what? He says, no, we are teaching them to operate drones. I said, then I asked him for why drones. Then they said that all the chemical silos that are there, especially when you have the seamless welds done, it tends to corrode. And then from an EHS perspective, environment, health and safety perspective, they said it's unsafe for someone to keep climbing these huge silos. And so what they have said is now we are using drones to actually monitor the silo linings, and it takes pictures and they do a AI model on the picture. So they do pattern recognitions to see what is the extent of corrosion, and therefore does it need any further lining or is it fine to go. So that's where the training was on. So the maintenance team, the skill is now completely into looking at how to operate drones. How do I look at patterns of corrosion and then apply models on top of that? And look at. Yes, Umakant, you had a point. You wanted to add on this.
I mean, I like the point, both the point from Ajay as well as you, Prashant, because it, and when I look at maintenance, it's a possibility, and then it's possible all the places. Like you can't imagine maintenance without people under a machine or inside a machine, and many of us might have gone through that in our past as well.
Right.
That's possible. If that's possible, supply chain is just around the corner.
And Siddharth, what's your view on this? Because one is the physical part, then using data, skilling people.
Right.
People used to work on Excels, but then now when you're talking about advanced planning solutions, you actually don't need when 10 years back when we had supply chain planners, one question we used to ask: how good are you in Excel? How can you run multiple
Correct.
models on an Excel sheet? But today it's like we don't even talk about that today. So it's shifted. So what's your view on how this reshift and skilling has happened?
I would like to take a step back and approach it from this angle that we are truly in a experience economy today, right? And decisions, market trends are all being driven by the consumer, right? So when they want it, how they want it, no matter what channel they ordered it on, right? And that is where the companies which are able to fulfill all these demands are being able to truly differentiate themselves, and that is where the profitability lies. And underpinning all of this, supporting all of this, is the right employee skill set. So this is essential, right? And we have seen a major upward swing in terms of and we see that on LinkedIn every day, right? So we have colleagues who are undergoing certifications, undergoing training, making the most of this pandemic time in upscaling themselves. So if you really look at it from a manufacturing point of view, going forward, it would be a hybrid workforce, so to speak, right? And I touched upon this earlier as well. There would be cross-functional training for employees. What you just mentioned, that was a great example, right? Folks being now trained on drones and the element of AI coming into picture. So that redundancy, that resilience will be brought in by these means. It will also bring in a lot of out-of-the-box thinking and also a lot of problem-solving skills. And that is where you would see optimization and innovation. Right. Coming to the whole part about Excel, again, great people, great domain experience, but the tool they got to leverage was probably an Excel sheet, right? And their universe and their data is limited to that. This is where upskilling when it comes to digital technologies also will come into play, right? With organizations adopting new technology, it would also be for management to ensure a top-down approach in terms of upscaling their workforce. Once again, I would like to repeat this, that procuring a solution is fine, but adoption of that solution will be the key to the success of that project, right?
Absolutely.
And that is at your personnel level, that is at your employee level. So how do you upskill those? How do you ingrain it as part of a company culture will be important, right? You have to build those center of excellences as you have to build those a sustainable practice, which is not just oriented to a product or a solution, but to that supply chain practice and domain as a whole. You would come up with your own thought leaders. You would come up with your innovators who would be driving these changes. So that is going to happen. That is already happening to a large extent.
Absolutely.
Thank you for this fabulous discussion. We have been receiving a couple of questions from our delegates. I will be reading out for the panels. We have first question from Nilesh Jadhav. The question is, how are we looking blockchain to be introduced in future of SCM, especially logistics?
Where are we heading to from here, right? There was automation that has led to AI ML where we stand right now, and blockchain will be an integral part of it. Because again, what blockchain will enable will be the data consistency, which would eventually result in better and correct decision making. And that will be the heart at the heart of it always, right? The more accurate data that you have, how fast is it available to you, that will drive decision making, and that will drive the strategic alignment of your organization to the technology that you're adopting. So yes, blockchain will be an integral part. The adoption will increase as it finds more usage, more use cases, right? And as these use cases are demonstrated with increasing success, I definitely see the adoption going up and the usage increasing.
Thanks. Amrita, any maybe one more
Yes,
question
we have a couple of more coming in. The next one is from Devashish Basu. Request to explain in implementation language the difference between ERP and digitalization.
So I'll try to put it simply. I'm not from an IT background, but I can definitely share you with what I was sharing in the earlier one. Like you have your own system, or whether it is ERP system, you talk about any of those SAP, Oracle-based systems, what we have. When your organization grows, you also have the complexity of systems which goes along with that. And in order to manage that, what is the best possibility? Either you go with a complete new system where there is a lot of investment, significant investment, which companies might not be ready. Then there is an opportunity where you can create a layer which will help us to integrate everything in the right direction. That gives us the right level of opportunity for digitalization. This is a simplistic input I can give. Anybody else can add on it.
Avinash, you want to add on this? Yeah.
See, ERP is a backbone for any organization, right? So for making sure that we are able to capture transactional data, store the right information in the system, you need an ERP, right? And everything else then sits not ERP would not be able to solve all the problems. So ERP is anyways the first step towards making sure that somebody is embarked on this whole digitization journey. But then there are so many other problems that needs to be solved, where data can bring in more visibility and then can obviously help solve the problems. And that's the journey on digitization, which a lot of other which is an extension to what an ERP kind of a solution can bring in. So with an example, let me explain. So let's say in a CPG environment or any other company, right? Having an ERP would mean that you're able to execute orders through a system, capture all that information, that what was ordered, what has been built, all of that has been done with the right master data. So in terms of pricing, hierarchy, so and so forth, you're able to capture all of that. But let's say once you have built that order and the order has been transported or has been shipped to the customer, and now you would want to track where the order is, when is it getting delivered, what is this, once it gets delivered, can that information come back? Can that visibility be shared with the customer, that at what stage the order is? And all of these are different problem statements which an extended digitization can solve, which is where having technologies which leverage data and then obviously solve these specific problems. So ERP cannot solve all of these problems. ERP is the backbone, and all the other extensions that we do in terms of solving different parts of the problem within supply chain are those small holes that we plug in our journey towards digitization. I hope I have been able to clarify it a bit.
We have one last question. This is from Srinivas Thoda. How different is blockchain from other supply chain solutions?
Umakant, do you want to take a shot at this?
No, not on blockchain. Sorry.
Right. So maybe, see, blockchain is more a secured way of working, where you look at every transaction, and every transaction is secured, and it helps in privacy and ensure that, most important, is ensuring everybody is working on the single source of truth, right? Everybody knows it should not have, let's say even between the organization and the customer or the supplier, right? The supplier should know what's the exact quantity that you're looking like. The customer should know what is exactly you're going to supply him, right? So, and all the three partners need to be working on a single source of truth, and that's where blockchain plays an important role. So it's something which is built on top of it. So to just keep it simple and how the whole thing works like.
Right. So, Prashant, just to add to what you're saying, right? So, blockchain and supply chain solutions are not mutually exclusive in that sense, right?
Right.
It is about incorporating what blockchain is into a supply chain solution and making it more robust, and
Right.
then providing advantages that you just talked about. A lot of this is still being tested. Some of it is already out there, right? And as you again correctly mentioned, the consistency and correctness of data, and that is what would enable or that is what the blockchain enables, right? So it will be an integral part of supply chain solutions as we move forward. It should not be looked at any differently in that sense.
Thanks for that. So I think, Amrita, we're close to we have crossed the
Yes.
60 minutes, and so maybe we should be able to, maybe I can quickly summarize on the key points that we discussed in the last 1 hour, and some of the remarkable insights that were also shared. We started talking about why should companies look at digital, and what are some challenges to it, especially from a data perspective, and moving away from reactive and getting into predictive. We also touched upon a very important element, like don't look at digital as a pure technology implementation, but look at it as a transforming business processes, and how it's going to help in achieve large business objectives. And in that perspective, we also spoke about, especially when we come to day-to-day activities, let's say how we run planning. We spoke about how do we split this into long-term versus short-term, how we are able to build on long-term decisions, as well as get visibility into the short term and start looking at it on an ongoing basis. And more importantly, with the context of COVID, we started looking at how the future of work is also going to change. The remote ways of working, what we thought needs a physical presence, which could be done remotely, and also how skilling people to the new technologies, especially when it comes to analytics or operating on new systems, the new ways of working. So reskilling. So these are some dimensions that we addressed, and I thoroughly enjoyed this discussion over the last 1 hour. I actually didn't feel the 1 hour go with it. It looked like very short to me, and I also really thank my panelists here, Rumakant, Avinash, Siddharth, Ajay, for sharing their wonderful insights, and it was a great conversation over the last 1 hour.
Thank you, Prashant.
Thank you all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
With this, I thank all the panelists who took out time for this wonderful, engaging discussion. Thank you. Thank you so much. With this, we conclude the first panel discussion, and now we will move on to the second panel discussion. I now welcome our panelists for the second panel discussion for the inaugural edition of Future of SCM and Logistics 2021, supported by Manufacturing Today India magazine, which is India's leading manufacturing magazine. We now have with us Umesh Madhyan, Vice President Supply Chain, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited; Pramod Sant, Vice President, Head of Import, Export and Customs, Siemens Limited; Shamindra Basu, Cognitive Process Re-engineering Leader, IBM India and South Asia; Pavel Mehta, Head Customer Supply Chain, Nestle South Asia Region; Gaurav Bhatia, GM Supply Chain, Reliance Retail. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Radha Mohan Gupta, Regional Procurement Director, South Asia, Reckitt Benckiser India Limited. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to first thank ITP Media for organizing this webinar, and welcome all the attendees, those who have joined over here to participate and listen to this panel discussion. Friends, I think just to build the context, if we see the markets, as I start always with the markets, over a period of time, the markets have completely changed. We have seen the traditional markets, the way we used to buy the things in the marketplace, and how the buying and selling process used to take place. And over a period of time, how the entire landscape of this has changed. We are now talking about modern trade. We are talking about e-commerce. And in the current time, we know how helping it is, online buying, which we are doing. So you see the entire landscape is changed in the marketplace, and it is changed because the consumer behavior also has changed. Once these markets have changed, you would have seen that there is a lot of support which is required, and different kind of support which is required by the supply chains. And supply chains have played rather a very critical role over a period of time in developing business, in finding out the ways to enhance the customer service, and of course to reach the consumers even into the remotest part of the country. So supply chains have played a major role. Now, when we talk about the supply chain over a period of time, I think what he's talking about is agility, flexibility, which should be built into the supply chains to always support the ever-changing market and consumer behavior which is happening around us, right? Now, when we talk about supply chain, right from sourcing, manufacturing, planning, distribution, etc., we find that there is a lots and lots of data which is getting generated. Now, if I go by the statistics, you will find that around 20 to 30% data is the organized one, and remaining is unorganized and gets lost. It's a huge amount of data over a period of supply chain on different phases of supply chains which gets lost. Now, when this data, if it could be collated in a structured way, maybe there is a lot of information over there. There is a lot of action there which could be taken in advance to reduce the supply risk, to enhance your efficiencies, or to drive down even the cost. Now, this is the data. Now, if I talk about, let's say, the supply chains earlier used to work on spreadsheets. A lot of data will come and a lot of partners will come together, and those spreadsheets will be worked up together. In 1990s, then the EDI and the ERPs came in, where people could work in a better way, and they could collaborate and discuss and exchange their data in a better manner. Later on in 2000, all we are talking about the BI, AI, and machine learning, all those things which we are talking about. And then there is a lot of data still being lost. Now, what you are saying is that there is a lot of improvement which have happened. However, there is a lot of work still need to be done to capture this data. Having said that, I think you require a different kind of data and metrics at different level. If you move to the plant shop floor, you will find that at workers level, or at the supervisor level, they need lots of data where how much production is done in a day, where I am today at 3 o'clock and where I was supposed to be at end of the shift, right? Now, when you go to the next level, which is, let's say, it's the manager, production manager, etc., he will require a different kind of data, where is even the maintenance requirement, which line is going to go down, when you need to take the maintenance, all that scheduling also will come into picture. Go a little bit up. At factory manager, you will find totally different thing over there. He will be planning on much higher thing. And when you go to the top floor, which is the management, they would like to connect everything to the financial performance, how my factory has been doing it, and to connect it to the financial thing. So it's a lots of data at different level, at different stage of supply chain, etc. And with the supply chains changing its role and becoming more and more like a competitive edge for a business, this is becoming more and more important over a period of time. Now, today, I think that with that context, we are here to discuss a very important topic, which is the importance of supply chain agility and analytics to enable business growth. As we have the very eminent panel members over here who are already introduced for taking this discussion forward. With that background, I think, and one more thing which I would like to say is that the entire supply chain, I think, as you say, they are dovetail. So one input coming from another function, which is down the line, to another input, and then getting, dovetail, then I think the decisions are being made, which are really, really helping the business growth. Today, we will focus on analytics for supply chain and manufacturing and supply chain. So taking this forward, I would like to go to Mr. Pavel, and I would like to understand, Pavel, that from your point of view, why data analytics is necessary at shop floor in recent times. Of course, there is an advantage which we talked about, but what are other things in your industry? Would you like to highlight some of the benefits, why it is necessary?
So thanks a lot, Mr. Gupta, for the introduction. And maybe I start a little bit with the context of why digitalization is so important in the overall supply chain before we, jump down on the shop floor. And we have, for example, growth of various changing demographics, the need for reduced carbon emission, and from an employee perspective, the need for a more economically designed workplace. But singularly, the most important reason why supply chains are now moving more and more towards digitalization is the customer expectations. One key trend, of course, is the move towards online, but also we are seeing a lot of customization and personalization in the needs of our customers. And if anything, over the last 12 to 14 months, especially during the pandemic, we have seen that it is very important for a supply chain to be flexible, agile, and digitalization plays a very, very key role in this whole element of keeping the supply chain agile and fast. So the supply chain of today needs to be faster. The traditional planning cycles of I remember still, we used to have those monthly planning cycles. Those are now passe. We cannot have a monthly planning cycle anymore. We need to move to a weekly or a daily planning cycle. This is where again information and data becomes extremely critical. We need to be very flexible. The days of having frozen periods and frozen horizons in the factories, those are also gone. We need to be much more flexible. Here again, the need for a lot of data to understand how we can be flexible on the manufacturing side without impacting cost. We need to be much more granular, and this means that we cannot treat our customers as a single monolithic unit. You need to segment them, you need to understand their needs, and a lot of data is therefore required to really understand the needs of each and every segment and to forecast what is really going to happen. Of course, in supply chain, we need to be accurate, and therefore the need for real-time tracking of performance of various KPIs. And again, therefore, a lot of data requirement is coming from that aspect of the supply chain. And last but not the least, to maintain being extremely efficient, a lot of work that is therefore done on the area of automating various parts of the supply chain, either on the physical side or on the data side. So as you can see, a high degree of digitalization, availability to digital information is now no longer a sort of a luxury. It is a must-have, because if the supply chain of today is not fast, flexible, granular, accurate, and efficient, it is not going to survive for the future, because the market is driving the supply chain to be like that. If you look at the shop floor, and especially on the manufacturing side, there are a large number of ways in which you can drive digitization and data analytics, starting with something very simple. Anyone who has worked in a factory will know that we have tons and tons of paper in the form of instructions, SOPs, engineering data. So the first step could be to just simply document digitization, digitize all those documents. Second, like you mentioned very clearly, is reporting. Various levels of the factory personnel require reporting to be done at various levels of the data hierarchy, at various levels of frequency. All of this still a few years ago was pen and paper. You would see those charts in the factories, and slowly and slowly factories are now starting to move towards digital dashboards, mobile enabled dashboards, and some of them are predictive in nature. Flexible reporting, like many a times, or a few years back, the reporting was fixed. If I have a certain role, I can only look at these reports. Now there is a concept which is coming of flexible reporting. I can look at various type of reports in a digital form. And finally, on the shop floor, you can do a lot of digitalization work, like user-friendly screens, etc., etc. When it comes on the shop floor and looking purely from the perspective of analytics, again, the industry has moved from what I would call as a descriptive analytics, which we used to do earlier, that is just understanding what is happening. So therefore the data needs were very limited to understand what is happening. A few years back, we moved towards a diagnostic analytics, which is really to understand why is happening. A lot of continuous improvement programs were built around that. And now we are in a phase where we are moving very quickly towards a predictive analytical environment. And this is happening across the entire supply chain. Some of it is very clear, like in planning. Some of it is still to be explored. A lot of concepts like AI, ML, etc., on the factory shop floors are still very new and unique, but this is catching up. Couple of areas I would like to just focus on as far as use of data analytics, which can be hugely beneficial to any organization. One is predictive maintenance. So the use of big data to predict and act upon potential stoppages. There are predictive maintenance system which can gather historical data and generate insights which cannot be simply observed by conventional methods. Many organizations have started to do that, and the results are quite frankly quite amazing. We have seen in some case studies a reduction of downtime by almost 30 to 50% purely by building these predictive models on maintenance. A very classical example is the oil and gas industry, where you can imagine even one day of stoppage or half a day of stoppage will lead to millions and millions of dollars of loss. So they traditionally were only looking at pressure and temperature as variables on how to do maintenance. They have now over the last few years developed multivariate models, which gives them the ability to analyze various factors which leads to stoppages, and they have been able to save millions and millions of dollars in that industry. Similar work is now starting to happen in many other industries as well. The other linked but very important area where data analytics is very important is improving the yield or throughput of maximizing the production. Again, advanced data models can help to identify critical output drivers, which in the conventional methods you simply cannot understand. This is very relevant to industries which have a continuous production model, but can similarly be used for assembly line efficiency. Again, the data analytics offers you the opportunity to understand, link performance to various variables, and in today's world it is possible to do, which was simply not possible to do earlier. So these are the two areas where on the shop floor you can use data analytics very effectively, not only to improve the life of the people on the shop floor, but really deliver very significant business benefits.
Thank you, Pavel, for sharing your views. I really agree about that. The point which you mentioned, that things are changing so fast that not the monthly planning or weekly. Now maybe you need to do the daily planning cycle, which is one point which you mentioned very rightly. And another thing is in terms of flexible reporting. I do understand, because you need in different formats, you want to see the same information from different angle, and that's how the flexible reporting, where the analytics is coming to the picture. Moving from descriptive to prescriptive, I think you are moving now from there to even cognitive now. Kind of analyticals is the trend which is happening, and we will cover it in a bit later. And completely agree with you that this analytics on shop floor especially will certainly come into use for preventive maintenance and the yield, etc., which we are talking about. So thanks, Pavel, for sharing your views on this one. Now I move to Umesh. Umesh, just would like to have your views in terms of that. As we mentioned that it's lots of data which is getting generated, and 70 to 80% gets lost if I'm not on higher side. But and people call it dark data, because this is something which is getting lost. There's lots of information. Is there anything, what are your views, what industry is doing to capture this data, or to ensure that if not all, but the maximum part of this is captured and we utilize it? Just share your views on this, Umesh.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are safe in these times. I have been introduced already. I'll jump onto the question straight. Very valid views and very strong, very difficult question. So first of all, from a digitization standpoint, I think gone are the days where we used to look at only automation as a payback proposition. We have gone to digitization and digitalization also as a payback, proposition for our finance folks and within organizations for getting real business benefits. So there are segments of the processes which people have started to see as getting a lot of data, increasing visibility. So manufacturing visibility, transport visibility are big areas which are actually starting to already provide a lot of payback. So one is, of course, like Pavel touched upon, people are trying to convert documentation and manual entries into papers and documents into digital entries and making e-log kind of analytics through using Power BI and mobile entries and so on and so forth, even apps for that matter, to try to capture a lot of information which can eventually help you in decision making. So that's one part. But is that good enough? I don't think so. Will it have a loss of data? Of course it will. So people have already tried to move on to the next level. I'll give you two examples specifically, and I'll try to cover questions mostly through examples so that people understand it much better for the audience. First one on transport visibility. You can go on GPS. You can go on a lot of technology, which is geocoded technology on long lat, and get a lot of data on turnaround time of trucks, which is what people are doing. It's very basic right now. It's not an expensive technology anymore where you need to invest money. But what do you do with that data? You have a room filled with 9 TVs and 32 people watching at 9 TVs and acting on all of that. I think that is one way where you have a lot of loss of data or investment of making visibility worth its value. So a better way, what people are doing is they're using AI. For example, we are doing a project where we are with our GPS vendor trying to use artificial intelligence to have boundaries across geocoded locations and create exceptions. Now, these exceptions can not only be an email or a message, it can actually be an IVR, which gets onto the transporter in local language or to the driver in local language so that he or she understands that you are breaking a certain either safety law, or you're standing for more than 10 hours, or you're continuously driving for 6 hours, so on and so forth. So make use of a lot of data, use next level technology, AI, and it does not anymore cost you so much that it cannot pay back itself. So that's one on logistics. The other one on manufacturing, for example, we have a digital factory in Gujarat called Sanand, and it's public, it's already in news. It's a highly invested factory in terms of every process of it getting digitized. When I say every WTP, ETP, yield, machine efficiency, operational efficiency, all put together. All of this is collected through IoT sensors, through data, and all of this data only gives us exceptions. So what it eventually does is it pays back for people. Your plant can be more productive. Because it is more productive, it can be more safe. And because it is more productive, you can get a lot of qualitative analytics done by the same very people. And you can also eventually migrate to a predictive maintenance, which we have not done so far, to be frank. We are close to time-based to condition-based. And now the idea is use all of this and use AI to move from condition-based to predictive maintenance and try and make use of this. So basically, I think adding more tech to already added tech is one of the biggest solutions, rather, which I'm trying to advocate, which can prevent a lot of loss of data and ensure you work only on exceptions rather than each and every transaction.
Thank you very much, Umesh. I think it gave a very good idea that how in practicality, data is being managed. Number one, you talked about transport GPS, and I can agree with you. The kind of data you get, it becomes right through manage it becomes very, very critical.
Humongous.
Humongous, and you find it difficult. So using AI, as you are talking about, is something. And one thing which comes out very clearly is in terms of managing the exceptions. I think then you carve out and then only attack these kind of thing and then improve and then go to the exceptions is a fantastic point which came out, Umesh, from your discussion. About the digital factory, which is you talked about, would you like to highlight a little bit more in terms of that? What are other advantages you are, at least in future, some of the things are still to be done,
yes,
but you are expecting out of it, just in few lines, if
sure.
You can highlight.
Sure. So first of all, like on the shop floor, there is visual which is available. There are screens which are available. So you real time know efficiency of every part of the bottling line, not only the lag indicator, it also gives you complete lead indicator so that you can work on them on real time basis. So it's an hourly run rate which you can see. So it gives a lot of motivation also to people because they compete with one another. So there are two opposite running parallel bottling lines. And people can compete with each other looking at, okay, your output is so much, mine is so much, your breakdowns are so much, mine are so much. So makes a lot of sense that way. That is one. The other is on environment, on ETP, on WTP, and all those areas as well. It gives you a lot of real-time data to ensure compliance, which means on statutory and regulatory, you become super confident that you cannot go wrong. You have all real-time data and all eyes watching on every exception which gets generated. And of course, on the shipping side as well. So we have also tried in terms of turnaround time. So you can't even do a manual data entry and data logs, and you can't exactly automate it fully. So we have done a in-between IoT solution called yard management solution, where the yard actually takes care of the entire turnaround time visibility end to end. So that also helps. So broadly, one benefit, the first one is people on productivity. The second one benefit is on regulatory, statutory, safety, you can be sure. The third one is again on inventory accuracy, because your FIFO, your compliances, your modern trade stringent norms, etc. All of that you are 100% sure. So I think a lot of payback in piecemeal. So what we have done is we have done the whole digital factory at once, and we are trying to see in piecemeal which are the parts which are of the highest payback so that we can replicate. That's the kind of experiment we thought we'll do with this plant.
Fantastic, Umesh. Once again, I think to share the tangible benefits, right, which you are seeing out of it. I know there are a lot of challenges when we are doing these kind of investment in terms of ROI, Absolutely. How it is coming in. But one beautiful point also, which you came out very clearly, is that ROI is one, but another thing is the survival as well. So if some of these things are not available, I think in the long term, the survival becomes a very, very big challenge over there. So of course, ROI remains, but then you have to survive in the business as well. So these are some of the tangible results which you talked about in terms of people. You talked about in terms of statutory compliances, which come automatically and it enforces you indirectly kind of thing, inventory accuracies. The new things which I talked about, like the supply chain role has completely changing in view of modern trade, e-commerce, etc. coming in. There are new dimensions which are added to supply chain, and those are the really the tangible results which you are talking about.
Absolutely.
And these are coming in through the analytics which is implemented at shop floor, by the way, because it is an entire chain which is giving you advantage all over. So thank you, Umesh, once again for your insight over here. Now I'll move to Shamendra. Shamendra, in this regard, when we are talking about data analytics, what are the emerging trends you are observing in supply chain analytics, and how are they helping companies in driving towards agility and drive the cost out, and even some other efficiencies which we talk about?
I think most of the panelists have talked about the different facets of supply chain analytics out here. And let me try to bring this together now. Broadly, if we look at it, historically, the supply chain designs have been leveraged on 2, 3 core principles, right? One on service levels, second on cost, quality, but not often on looking at the risk perspective of the supply chain. I think in recent pandemic and the disruptions it has created in the demand and supply side, we see risk becoming a very major component in that thought process. Now, in that context, let me lay out 3 broad trends that I am observing in the analytics space of supply chain, and I will amplify that with 2 specific real examples. The first trend that is becoming very prominent, and I think Pavel did touch upon that one, is that sales and operation execution is becoming the primary focus vis-a-vis the sales and operation planning. Effectively, from an analytics standpoint, what it means is that there is greater emphasis now today at looking at analytics which are more of operational and actionable analytics at the point of execution. That's point one. Now, that is naturally leading into the second trend that I am observing over the last 1.5 years. That is, there are a lot of emphasis now coming on decision support systems in supply chain. For example, Pavel talked about the entire segmentation, the impact of demand in the marketplace. Now, we are seeing very clear shift happening in terms of demand sensing vis-a-vis your entire forecasting models being leveraged. Second, in terms of the deployment algorithms are becoming more dynamic, and they are supporting your overall network allocation models that you are done under monthly planning. We are seeing more use of what-if analysis to do root cause and next best action at a level of execution, right? And that is becoming the core and heart of what
operations and supply chain analytics is becoming a focus in the industry. The third shift, and I think in many ways Umesh touched upon this aspect, is that the reality is today, thanks to IoT and some of the other exponential technologies, the state of the supply chain, which is in terms of what is the state of my asset, what is the state of my things, is becoming visible. Now, this visibility is actually leading to generation of very new use cases which we were not doing earlier. A very classical example being manufacturing process optimization in process industry. We are actually doing dynamic schedule optimization because of the demand sensing inputs we are getting from our market data. So these are three broad trends I'm seeing that's happening over 1.5 years in the analytics space in supply chain. And now let me amplify with two examples, right? So the first example I would like to talk about is, if you look at it, raw material and fuel mix is a very critical input in some of the industries like cement. And the reason is it has a huge impact on your overall cost of goods. Now, in this particular use case that I'm referring to, there was a variation of almost 10% of cost of production on a fortnightly bucket. And the company was finding it very difficult to control that cost of production. And the reasons are such. You have essentially input materials that would come from different line queries. Even for the same line query from where the line is coming, typically the silica content varies. The second perspective, and more from an Indian context, is if you look at coke and such input materials, you have wide variety that comes into play, right? You have domestic coke, you have imported coke. As a matter of fact, if you look in a season, the moisture content of coke increases significantly during rainy season, which means your calorific value that you generate in your clean goes down dramatically, which you have to consume more raw material, right? Then how do you decide what is going to be my optimal mix to make sure my cost of goods is under control, but without compromising the quality of my clinker? And that's the optimization algorithm that we had developed, right? Now, there are very interesting corollary analytics that emit out of this kind of optimization model. For example, the historical trend in the organization was that we would always be procuring the low cost lime and coke. Clearly, post the optimization algorithm, it was evident that were mid-tier raw material components, which was giving significantly better cost of goods on an overall optimization. So the company chose not to go for the lowest cost coke or lowest cost lime because of overall optimization. Things like when in the market and international market, the demand and the price of coke was going up. How do you do your loss prevention? It was giving a corollary optimization model to their procurement team in terms of how their positions would be in terms of doing some of these. So these kind of operational analytics is becoming extremely handy. And in this organization's case, they actually, it led to almost 0.7% reduction of cost in per metric ton of production, which is a direct translation into their profitability metric, right? So this kind of operational analytics is becoming extremely powerful. The second example I will talk about rather is when both you mentioned about the market, and actually you mentioned about the emergence of the new modes and channels, right? The significance of e-com going up, significance of modern trade going up in the current context. Now, when during the first wave, almost 130 odd districts in India actually went into lockdown, that was almost 1.3 trillion of Indian economy. That went into lockdown. That had significant impact on some of the companies we are operating, because the ones that went into lockdown were predominantly urban and semi-urban districts, which means your warehouses went into lockdown. Even if you were doing production, and many companies were doing production at that period of time, you didn't have resources in your warehouses to move your product. You had your locked in cash in your entire warehousing ecosystem, right? Then how do you really address these kind of scenarios? And in that backdrop, there are many organizations who are actually relooking their network. How do I crash my network? Not purely from a cost perspective. There are a lot of benefits on cost, but more in terms of de-risking perspective. How do I de-risk my network through doing more of direct to my customer? Now that is a very fine balance, because anybody who has done this kind of direct dispatch optimization would know that when you do direct dispatch optimization, the most optimal mix that comes is for your largest customer and your highest SKU. But in the marketplace, you ultimately have to ship a mix of products. You are not going to ship a product which is the highest selling. Then to do that balance in terms of how do I balance my mix of products in my network, and also ensure the balanced network, which is going through your traditional dealer distributor network, how do you balance it? Because typically the high volatility roller products in the balanced network typically leverage these high volume products, which today you are saying I'm going to do direct. Then how do you balance the rest of the supply chain? And these are very complex algorithms that are becoming very useful and powerful for organizations. So that's what I wanted to leave to with you, Raga, on this topic. A, this trend is clearly shifting towards operational analytics, which is more around actionable insight. And B, how do you then leverage some of the old traditional networks and other areas, which is actually finding new life in the context of the changed business dynamics?
Thanks a lot, Shamindra. Really fantastic insights which you gave in terms of why it is required. Ease of operation execution remained on top of the mind. Something you talked about. Then the demand and deployment algorithm. More and more what if analysis, because the situations are changing so frequently that you need to do this what if analysis on ongoing basis. Right. That is something. Another important point came out was the visibility, which is certainly everybody is looking at what is the visibility so that you can take the right decisions, kind of thing. One very good thing which came out in terms of is that it's not big or small customer. You are saying you have to ensure the service level to all the customers all across, kind of thing. It's a fantastic point, Shamindra, coming out of this. In my all the forums where I go, I keep saying that it is a not C, but it could be a E-class raw material. But if it is not available, your A-class product is not can't be manufactured.
Correct.
Right now, where is the importance of ABC analysis? It is of course there, but in spite of this Z-class item which goes into very less quantity, but your batch can't be completed. You need that Z-class item as well, and you need to manage the risk for that as well. And that's where the importance is equal. Whether it is A-class item or Z-class item, it need to be there if you want to service your consumers, right, going forward. Now, coming to this one, taking some of the cues from this, we talked about, there are a lot of changes. Shamindra did talk about the coal, the humidity going, water content going up and down. How do you optimize the right mix so that you get the right results over there? Very good point, very good example, Shamindra. Now, looking at all these kind of things, looking at the changes which are happening across, there are a lot of risks at every stage. We cannot say that the process will be smooth going forward, etc., etc. Whatever you do, there are risks associated with that kind of thing. And being on the topic of analytics, I would go to Pavel too again. That Pavel, how do you see that? Yes, there are lots of risk in supply chain, and they will be there. I mean, that's why we all are around to tackle it in future as well. We can't say risk won't be there. Risk will keep coming in different formats. But how do you see this data analytics will help us in terms of first thing is predict the risks and then tackle as them proactively?
And I think the role of the supply chain manager of a company is also becoming more and more as the chief risk manager as well. Because if we have learned one thing, if we have learned one thing over the last 12 to 14 months, and I keep repeating this in any panel.
I love the word, chief risk supply chain.
The supply chain as a competitive advantage, a risk-free supply chain and a robust supply chain as a competitive advantage has never been more important than what it is today. If you look at a couple of years back, supply chain would be, and ask any CEO that what would be the imperative supply chain for you, probably the first thing would come as cost. You say, okay, supply chain is doing a good job, but I want reduced costs. But if you ask CEOs today and ask them what is it that supply chain is the most important thing from supply chain, it would be business continuity, because a supply chain failing is now leading to huge business losses. And this is where I think, and Shamindra touched upon this, I think, very nicely in his topic. So now getting to the topic of data analytics and risk management, the primary way in which this can be done, of course, is through scenario planning. yeah, and risk mitigating platforms and algorithms. Traditionally, what we used to do in supply chain, most of the scenario planning was basically focused on very high level demand and supply. So we would simulate that, okay, what is, if my demand shift by X percentage over the next few months, what is it, am I still able to supply it or not from a high level demand supply planning perspective? Or if my capacity starts to go off by a little bit, uh, how am I going to look at the overall situation? And the main purpose for that was, for example, for capex planning. That was the main purpose of any kind of scenario planning that you would traditionally do in a stable environment. But more and more, considering the very fast changes which is happening outside in the environment, risk mitigating scenario planning is becoming something which we need to do on a very, very frequent basis, because the overall value chain, the bottlenecks are shifting. If today my bottleneck is the factory because I'm not getting enough labor there, tomorrow my bottleneck is the distribution center because I am not getting enough vehicle there, and day after tomorrow my bottleneck is the customer because their warehouses are starting to shut down. And 1 week from now, my bottleneck could be on the procurement side because my vendors are starting to get impacted by non-availability of labor and material. So the bottlenecks are constantly shifting. Therefore, a very strong data analytics backed scenario planning platform is critical for the success of the supply chain today. It's no longer a luxury that I do that, okay, let me have a model which tells me how much capex I need 3 years from now. This is now something which supply chains, at least in India, and I think all over the world, are realizing we need to invest into a very sophisticated data analytics driven scenario planning process and tool.
Right.
So this is becoming very important. And if you take the standard, strategies of reducing complexity by rationalizing your, supply chain nodes and rationalizing your portfolio, or rationalizing your supplier base, or even things like reducing the overall lead time, demand sensing, etc., flexible inventory models, all of these require a high degree of data, but more importantly, require high degree of data insights for them to be used for risk management. And this is where I think a lot of supply chains are now starting to work.
I get your point in terms of the scenario planning and what if, which you asked about. I'll quickly go to the same question to Gaurav. That Gaurav, in your industry, how do you how do you see the data analytics coming and then managing the supply risk?
Thanks, Radha, and good afternoon, everyone. So we have one, I would say very quickly, slight disadvantage of speaking late. A lot of points have already been covered by other panel members. So, but still, having said one thing very, very peculiar, especially from the pharma industry, if I say, and the retail industry, the growth is very high. We are almost growing at a rate of around 20 to 25%. If I even talk about the overall Indian pharma industry and the supplies globally. So being the pharma hub, we supply almost 40% of the requirements of entire EU region and 25% requirement of the US market. So these are big volumes and big value for the Indian pharma industry. Secondly, the risk will continue to grow and the risk will also continue to change. The nature of the risk will also continue to change. In this pandemic, we have definitely learned a lot, and which has impacted all the 4 areas, I would say, of supply chain, right from demand forecasting, demand planning, to manufacturing, impacted largely due to manpower and operational enablements. The third is the procurement side was impacted due to landlocked regions, the states and the borders being landlocked, and a lot of dependencies on external countries or external factors also, like China. So we have a lot of dependencies there. And last but not the least, entire distribution and logistics also getting impacted, both due to kind of the interstate, intrastate movements, and also due to manpower availability. So this has given us a lot of, I would say, learning, as well as we have got a lot of success in the entire way of working, largely because we understood or very quickly got onto the boardroom to understand the supply chain risk. And if I have to take a minute very quickly here, so we divided largely into two parts: the known risk, the unknown risk. Known risk largely would be your what you deal, what you know in a day-to-day manner. Your demand forecast accuracy issue is a known risk. You will not be forecasting at 100%. It's a known risk. Supplier delays is a known risk. Even with or without pandemic, there are supplier delays. Machine breakdown is a known risk. Quality failures in again pharma, healthcare industry is a known risk. It's a risk we deal day in day out. Coming to the unknown risk, on the other hand, it will be largely any unforeseen technical challenge, machine breakdown, or even a regulatory impact, or a warning, or a 483 kind of a letter from US FDA. These are unknown risks. Now, last but not the least, this pandemic or the black swan event again acted as a unknown risk, and we got a lot of again learning out of it. So we quickly move from the lag indicators to lead indicators. So not just measuring our forecast accuracy or our OTIFs, which were key KPIs. We also have been now very carefully monitoring and maintaining the FG stock norms. So stock to norms, STNs are a key lead indicator. Same ways for APIs and raw materials. Then we also started looking at very carefully on the R versus C, which is always a fundamental, but it's again a lead indicator. So it tells us whether our capacities are right to map the or take the these unforeseen demands which we are now getting, be it remdesivir or be it any amphotericin injections or azithromycins or vitamin C's, whatever you see, the unprecedented demands that we are seeing. So whether R versus C clearly tells us in terms of whether we are capable or whether we can do that. Secondly, on the other hand, the AVDs. So AVDs have been very important in our industry, and I think even in other industries. But this pandemic again has told us how important it is to have multiple vendors for your critical items where you are dependent on them. And I think the earlier panel member also mentioned about predictive analytics, where predictive analytics is helping us in predictive maintenance. So kind of having or not, I would say, preventing these unforeseen breakdowns or machine breakdowns or technical challenges on the line. And also gradually we have moved in last 3-4 years from predictive analytics to prescriptive cognitive. So this has been 3 years back we implemented predictive analytics, and we have moved in this journey forward. And this helps us in making a lot of supply chain decisions and data analytics for the senior management to take quick calls on what strategy to be adopted, and as well to define the future course of strategy. Now I think supply chain has got the right relevance also, I would say, which was always very important. So now this again with this pandemic, people have also realized, the board has also realized how important the supply chain is in terms of even making the future forward-looking decisions or forward-looking strategy of the organization, which was largely governed by the so-called strategy team or the marketing or sales team. So now it is also kind of dependent on a lot of supply chain decision making and supply chain agility and resilience. These two words have gained a lot of relevance in this current scenario. And finally, coming to the technology and digital enablements that are helping to connect all entire end-to-end value chain in one platform is also giving a lot of, I would say, catalyzing a lot of processes and helping us. So IBP, integrated business planning, if I can talk about very quickly, has been very helpful because on one single platform, it gives you the entire kind of connectivity, so as to say digital connectivity, and the entire mapping of your input variables, the output, the risk on these parameters. It gives you entire visibility. So demand forecasting, supply planning, your manufacturing operations planning, and even your customers are able to see when and where their consignments are, or when and where they would be getting the supplies or the schedule. Overall, if I have to summarize, this has very clearly been a great year and a great journey for us, both in terms of success and both in terms of the learnings in the entire supply chain.
Thanks, Gaurav, for your insight into this. I think you talked about, I think, very important point is known risk and unknown risk, right? That you need to get ready. Of course, you know the known risk, but there are unknown risk also, which you can, to the extent possible, you can plan it out. Has not happened so far, but could come in, and then you can predict them, kind of thing. Other things which you talked about certainly is in terms of the, business continuity plans, which is the multiple vendors, which you are talking about, not depending on one vendor, but you have the plans and you can manage them by share of business or whatever it could be. But that is something you also touched upon, STN, which is certainly that you ensure, and that is one of the way to ensure that you are, ready for those kind of risks. So thank you very much for sharing your views. Now, whenever we are talking about, I think when we are talking about supply chain and the hot topic nowadays, anywhere you go, is certainly the sustainability. And supply chain is certainly playing a major role in terms of achieving the objectives of the organization in the targets which you have, internal as well as regulatory targets, government given targets which you are having. Supply chain is playing a major role. I would like to go to Umesh, if he's around. In case of that, how this all data analytics is also helping in terms of achieving these sustainability targets, which are really very important now and in long run, and every organization is working on this. I think Umesh is not available. I would request Gaurav to answer this question, please.
Again, a lot of sustainability in the organization is driven today by the supply chain practices. The supply chain fundamentals are always and will remain very important here. And so one, sustainability in terms of knowing what is your current capabilities. Second, how you can continue to kind of enrich them, how you can continue to be in the path of continuous improvement. And here there is another stream, or I would say now a part of supply chain itself, continuous innovation and continuous improvement. This is very critical. So earlier, the understanding or thinking was, I would say, the old school thinking that we need to operate at 95 or 100% of the capacities. I'm just taking an example here. So now the understanding, or now the thought process is that we should, as soon as we go above 80%, we should be kind of looking for alternate options, be it in terms of CMOs or be it in terms of newer developments, because you are missing, or you may tend to miss those opportunities which may come by some other somebody else getting a risk or a warning. So you need to be prepared for those opportunities. Or even in this pandemic, we have seen surge of demands on one side of the product, or the I would say portfolios. On the other side, we have seen drops in terms of, say, in terms of acute profile or acute portfolio. So it has been very, I would say, mixed bag in terms of the opportunities, the risks and reward, you need to always continue to evolve, or you need to, continue to evaluate. And here is a lot of kind of, I would say, technology that helps us kind of keeping us adapt in terms of taking these, evaluate these risk reward and what if analysis, and continue to evolve, continuously looking ahead, thinking ahead, and planning ahead. How can we kind of monitor our entire performance and risk together, and feed that loop on a continuous basis for further development and improvement as a part of the CIE portfolio.
I'm sure, I think when we are talking about sustainability, right, we are talking about the environment. We are talking about the rules and regulations which are there for the human resources. If you talk about, we are talking about ecology as well, kind of thing. So sustainability is a very big umbrella under which we are talking about the things and the actions which companies are taking. Some of the things which, in my opinion, in terms of data analytics, is certainly that how much plastics do you generate, right? How much waste do you generate, kind of thing. Those kind of thing analysis comes into the picture where you have to recycle them. There are EPR, etc. You get lots of information available from this data analytics, number one. Number two is also in terms of how to, those 4 R's which somebody talked about, is that is on each one of them, how to reduce, right, the amount of plastic or amount of packaging which you are using, which goes into the your packaging material, how to reduce that, how to reuse that kind of thing. So during this data analytics, which you use into the product development cycle or in the new product designing kind of thing, there is a lot of analytics which comes into and which can help you achieve these target in terms of which make you also achieve the sustainability targets, which are very important to survive in longer run. So data analytics certainly plays a major role into every stage of supply chain. Once again, to capture the data first of all, then is to analyze, and then to take the proactively some of the actions, right? That was the thing which I wanted to drive into this. And
if I can just add one more example, on the warehousing side as well, a lot of organization, including ours, have been seeing a continuous movement towards a lot of things through recyclable plastics. Even the pellets that we used to use were earlier or still are getting used are wooden. And there is a lot of carbon emission, there is a lot of wood that is taken for that, for building those pellets. Now, the industry or the organizations are also moving to, with this thought of sustainability and reduction of carbon footprints is very, very important, which is there in everyone's, even the future mission and vision of the organizations. They are moving to recyclable plastic pellets. So that's a very important step the organizations are taking.
Sure. Thanks, Gaurav, once again. Now, moving to the point that we all have discussed so far, that how important is data analytics. I think nobody can run away from the fact that we are losing lots of data. We need to capture it. We need to analyze and convert it to information so that we use it proactively to our benefit, and finally pass on that benefit to our consumers, to our business partners, etc. across. And that's where the data analytics. When you go to the Indian market, and I come to you, Shamindra, once again, then when you go to the Indian market, especially into the Indian context, right? I wanted to ask you that it's now not debatable that data analytics is so useful at every stage of supply chain. I think we have left the debate behind, isn't it? Now, thing is that what are the challenges? Why you'll find that some different organization are different phases, right? Somebody is in the starting, somebody is into a mid phase, somebody is in the advanced kind of thing, and somebody has not started, right? Now, what are the challenges in Indian context that what are the challenges in implementing these kind of technologies, where we are saying this is all, to survive itself, we'll have to imbibe them into our processes. So what are the challenges in your opinion, Shamindra?
I think given how I've seen many organizations traverse this journey over the years, and some who are embarking upon, I'll just put two buckets on this. One is that which is pervasive and paramount for every organization who are onboarding this journey and is off discussed, right? In terms of the right use case identification, whether we have the business case around them. Important is that it's not just about analytics. The big question is, have you actually addressed the process around it, which will orchestrate that analytics? And what are you are doing for adoption? And these are often talked about impediments we see in the Indian ecosystem. But specifically, Radha, I would like to draw attention on three broad things that I am seeing based on my observations across many companies, as you rightly mentioned, at different stages of this journey, right? First important observation where I think it's important to bring the entire focus back is that adoption of these kind of analytics in supply chain domain becomes very important and effective if they are consumed at a point of execution. And let me try to explain that. For example, we might have built a fantastic analytics algorithm, right? But if the algorithm is sitting separately somewhere, where we are expecting the planner to consume that output of that algorithm, interpret it, and then use it in his execution process, typically adoption is low, results are not very high, which effectively means whatever is my outcome of my operational analytics has to be fed in the same workflow where the person is operating. And that's where the adoption is high. That's where the business results is high. A very classic and simple example I remember when Umesh was giving, right? He mentioned that he has applied AI in the entire trucking management system they have generated. And he is actually generating IVRs at the same instant. That's actually a very classic example of embedding the outcome of that analytics within the process. And I think we need to bring that focus back on that part to ensure people are adopting. So that's point one. Point two, and this is something I've seen where people have actually traversed the journey a little bit, right? I think what people do not appreciate is that some of these algorithms we are talking about, some of these analytics we are talking about, and especially the advanced algorithms, they deteriorate sharply if you are not refactoring, if you are not upgrading them over a period of time based on your business strategy change, your business dynamics change. And I see often organizations do not factor this adequately. This is something that you cannot build once and forget about it, because advanced algorithms require maintenance. They require the parameters to be updated, and they keep giving you higher and higher optimal outputs to it, right? The third important impediment I see in the entire journey, Radha, is that if I look, and Gaurav talked about this in terms of resilient supply chain, right? If you look at that entire architecture, the business architecture of a resilient supply chain, right? In the base, you have all the source system, which is essentially your traditional ERPs, the TMS, your planning systems, the GPS signals that probably your logistics vendor is sending, etc. Right? These all generate my source data. This would typically go and reside somewhere, which we usually call the enterprise data layer. Typically, in this resilient supply chain architecture, your intelligent workflow will sit on top of this data layer. And finally, will have essentially a consumption layer, right? Now, in these four distinct buckets that I talked about, typically the focus is always on the embedded analytics in the intelligent workflow layer. So people actually think a lot about the sophistication of the model, the nature of the model. But the reality of the implementation I have seen is the failures happen more on the data layer. And that's where things keep crumbling, because we do not put enough thought process of how that enterprise data layer is going to be built. We do not think about what are the future use cases in supply chain that's going to come in. And one very interesting perspective there, because we are also talking about what's new happening in that space, right? Many of the next generation supply chain, and I remember Gaurav also talking about IBP, these are now taking help of graph technology. And graph technology is the same technology today Google uses in Google Maps, right? So essentially, the new generation integrated supply chain platforms are actually leveraging graph technology to create an enterprise data graph, which becomes then virtually the brain for any analytic use case and intelligent workflow you are building on top. So I think whoever is actually starting the journey means must always keep in mind that plumbing of that data. That is the core. I think we are quite advanced right now in terms of what kind of algorithms can be done, which are the good algorithms which will give results. There is a fair maturity. But if we don't do the plumbing, operationalizing these kind of supply chain analytics becomes a huge impediment. So those are the top three in my mind, rather based on my experience.
I think, Shamindra, once again, I think if I say that 2, 3 points which you have mentioned very clearly is that, there is a lot of data information is getting churned out, not data, but the information is being churned out, but adoption is low. So you come back to the square one that you are not utilizing it, right? That's number one. Number two, you talked about that nothing is permanent. Everything is continuously changing. As we talked about, consumer behavior is changing, market is changing, right? Situation is changing, and that's how your algorithm may be also deteriorating sharply with time, kind of thing. You need to review. Right, that's the second thing you mentioned. And third thing is in terms of the graph technology you talked about, in terms of plumbing the data, certainly, dovetailing the data entire from one end to another end. It is flowing from this one kind of thing. So as people talk about garbage in, garbage out kind of thing, it happens, right? Unless it is a good plumbing of the data happening from one end to another end kind of thing. So thanks, Shamindra, once again for sharing your views. Audience, we come to an end to this discussion with this one. What we have discussed about is certainly why it is required data analytics across supply chain, what are its usages, what are the challenges over there, and it's not only the operations, but how it is also supporting the sustainability targets over a period of time. How the analytics has come from, let's say, descriptive to prescriptive to predictive and then to cognitive kind of thing. We have passed through the different phases, and different organizations are into different phases kind of thing. And final message is that you don't have a choice, but we need to adopt these techniques to survive in the business. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. I thank all the audiences and my panel members to participate so enthusiastically. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gupta, I would like to take this opportunity to share a few questions which we have been receiving from our delegates. If you could stay back for a couple of minutes. So the first question is from Mr. Dibyendu Dhawan. How is the experience of current pandemic expected to color the future tech adaptation and overall cost budgeting in the transportation logistics field?
I think what I'm observing rather in the marketplace, I think is supply chain transformation and in general, the adoption of digital technologies and analytics has always been on the forefront. I think for a couple of years now, I think not just in the pandemic. Post-pandemic, my view is that there is a sharp adoption now in terms of on three domains, broadly, if I were to classify, right? Largely, if I look at our supply chain functions, there are a whole host of things that we do which are largely task management. There are planners who spend enormous amount of time drawing data from system A to system B to really massage that data and then push it into some analysis and then put the order back into another system, right? First big trend I am seeing post-pandemic is I think most organizations have taken the call to go into an hardware digitization mode to eliminate all tasks. And this is pervasive. I am seeing across industries and companies where people have decided that we do not want our valuable supply chain and planning resources to really do these kind of tactical and task management. Everybody is trying to automate and eliminate that. The second, and that's at the heart of today's panel discussion, I think the focus is right back into looking at what are our decision support systems. Because in a very simple example, a simple mid-sized company with 500 SKU, if you tell them now a planner that my demand signals have changed and you replan that deployment, we are talking about handling a few million, given the nodes, the SKUs, the combinations, the customers taken together. It is humanly not possible for a planner on a daily and a weekly basis to churn out meaningful insights with that kind of data. And I think organizations have more adequately realized that. And there is a huge emphasis in terms of augmenting their decision support systems and algorithms in organizations. And the third perspective, and I think for many years in the services industry, we used to talk about supply chain dashboards and cockpits, but in reality, that has never really realized. That's a fact. And that has not realized not because the intent was not there. I think it has not realized because technology was maturing over a period of time. I think now we have come to a stage where I'm clearly seeing organizations implementing very specific supply chain cockpits and dashboards. For example, companies are going for logistics playbook. Companies are going for inventory playbooks. These have very specific, essentially, root cause analysis embedded into the cockpit. They have the operational insights embedded into it. They actually will predict that these are the two failure points that I see in the upper node, and these are the possible outcomes you want to take. And that might be based on certain, obviously, pre-built business logic, right? So these kind of playbooks is the third thing where I am seeing very clear investment is coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Basu. We have second question from Prasad Tipnis. The question is, what will be the right approach to go for large product level solution like SNOP or use integrated platforms to solve small problems module wise?
I think to answer this question, it's very difficult to give a very general answer to this because it will depend, first of all, on the size of your organization, the kind of maturity of your overall planning process that you have. In some cases, of course, a holistic SNOP process might be the best solution. But not in all the cases. So if you already have a backbone of a fairly mature, stable SNOP process, then it might make more sense to invest into a sort of a boxed approach to identifying various problems and then developing solutions around those. So I think while in general, my recommendation would be to invest into a good SNOP process as a backbone. This is not always the right solution. Yeah.
I'll add on to here, if I could, Amrita, I'll add on here in terms of you'll find that from industry to industry and from company to company, I completely agree with what Pavel said, but from industry to industry, company to company, you'll find the different pain points, right? Now, my only suggestion will be that rather than going to whatever everybody else is doing, it's to find out that where is the pain point for the particular organization and then pinpoint over there. That's my number one point. Number two is that it might be good to start small, but don't take shortcuts, will be my suggestion. That whatever we do wholeheartedly, passionately, correctly, but we don't take the shortcuts over there. Now, it might depend on then that you take a bigger project or a smaller project. My own experience, which I share, is that in an organization where somewhere, and it depends on where you are, if you are starting afresh, because data analytics implementation, etc., it requires a cultural change as well. So you might require a pilot success. So start small, and it must be a great success in the organization so that you can implement even the bigger project and without much reluctance, so that it is a cultural change, will be my views.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for adding on to Mr. Mehta's answer. The third question that we have received from Sonali Satpathy: how do we see B2B business digital transformations for service-based organization?
Is this a question, Amrita, in the context of supply chain for service business? Because there won't be a physical supply chain there, right? Okay. I think from a B2B and the service business perspective, I think when we redefine the supply chain in the services context, it's more in terms of how you are redefining capacity. I think a fundamental shift, if you see in the way organizations are working, is what we are now calling virtual enterprise, right? And I think this is not something that I think, and this is a longer term hypothesis we have as per in terms of the industry and where the industry is moving. Is that we are seeing the pandemic is doing some very fundamental shifts in terms of the way we work and will continue to work. For example, I come from a business advisory practice, and for a very long time, we had this hard belief that if we are not sitting next to my client sponsor and my poor business executives, there won't be a success in the project in which we are working, right? The reality is in the last 1.5 years, we have delivered multiple business consulting engagements and all in the modes of virtual networks, using mirrors, using WebEx, etc. Right? So the reality of how service delivery is also happening has taken a fundamental shift, and I don't think that shift is going to be just for this period of pandemic. This is a permanent shift. I remember one of the lectures that one of the senior vice president of State Bank of India came to our organization, and he was talking about it. He was talking about cultural shift in their organization. As PSU organization, they're always used to physically work in their environment. And they were saying that today, post pandemic, the realities in our organization, so we have now moved into in a very different way in terms of how we are addressing our clients, how we are addressing our partners. We are working virtually. So that entire shift of what is essentially being called in terms of virtual enterprise, managing capacity virtually, delivering your services virtually is a fundamental shift that I am seeing. Not just now, I think there would be some permanent repercussions of this in going forward also.
Our next question is from Narsimha Rao Opala. What are the key aspects to make strategic value chain decisions in terms of supply chain efficiency to improve business growth?
So first of all, in terms of supply chain efficiency improvement, the so it depends on the again the industry and the size of the organization. A very important thing is to understand what are the current constraints in terms of the entire efficiency and the value chain. So a simple, I would say, model based on theory of constraints on TOC will help you identify the areas or the nodes where your challenges or where your problems currently lie. Is it on the manufacturing operation side? Is it on the demand forecasting accuracy side, supply planning side? So basis identification of the problem, you can take the further steps in terms of improvement of that particular area. There will not be, there is, I would say there is no broad based solution which can solve your entire supply chain kind of or improve supply chain efficiency. It has to be basis those pockets where you see the constraint, you identify those TOCs, and you then implement the solution basis that. And to a very similar, I would say, just to add to another question which was asked earlier, in terms of what solution to be implemented or what should be the kind of focus at what level of organization. Again, it depends on the maturity of the organization, the number of SKUs or volumes that an organization is handling. Some of the organizations I've seen, even using an Excel or doing a demand forecasting through weighted maps and accuracy, doing very well on a smaller number of SKUs. And if the organization is large, complex, number of SKUs are high, 1,000, 5,000 SKUs are being handled. So it always helps to have a kind of IBP kind of a solution, or a solution which kind of connects end-to-end supply chain. So yeah, that would be my.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. The last question is, which are the good AI-based analytical tools for P2P operation and inventory management? This question is from Kunal Dhute.
I would not like to get into product recommendation as part of this discussion, but there are a couple of general principles I would actually like to highlight. I think irrespective of the nature, for example, of the two areas that you talked about, Amrita, I think in general, if I look at the way analytics as a domain has evolved, and if you look at all the product vendors and the portfolios they carry with them, I think there has been a fair amount of standardization of how this is getting approached. For example, if you are building essentially certain advanced analytic algorithms in Python, more or less every standard vendors that you will see today in the marketplace, you will be able to port your algorithms. Uh, I don't want to broach into specific product recommendation in this discussion, but I think the fundamental tenets that I see in terms of decisions are essentially the portability, in terms of am I actually leveraging the new generation architecture frameworks. Those would be my primary considerations.
Thank you, Mr. Basu. With this, we conclude the second panel discussion, which was indeed an insightful one. I thank each of our panel members for sharing their thoughts and industry practices with our delegates. Thank you. Welcome back. I will take this opportunity to welcome our panel speakers for the inaugural edition of Future of SCM and Logistics 2021. This discussion will revolve around the topic Logistics and Supply Chain Facilities, the lifeline of our changing economy. For this discussion, we have Ankur Chaturvedi, AVP International Supply Chain and Projects, Emami Limited; Nikhil Puri, Global SCM Head, Sterlite Technologies; R.S. Kapoor, VP Supply Chain, Maruti Suzuki India Limited; Rajiv Chopra, Senior General Manager, Strategic Sourcing, Supply Chain and Program Management, TAFE; Naveen Ahlawat, Vice President and Lead Group Procurement, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. This panel discussion will be moderated by Nikhil Patil, Director, KPMG India. Over to you, Mr. Patil.
Thank you so much, Amrita. It's a very interesting topic indeed. And before we begin, I sincerely hope everything's fine with everyone and pray that the things get better. We have seen and been a part of this disruption over the past 1 year. It has exposed significant vulnerabilities in the supply chain and has affected the way we do business. When I was thinking about it, supply chains have got reorganized in this case. And, many supply chains are back to what they do best, which is to ensure availability at the right place, at the right time, and at the right cost. It is actually in this period that supply chains have demonstrated why they are one of the competitive edges of business. And as professionals, I'm sure all of us are curious to understand how some of the leading organizations in the country have managed this change. And to share some insights into this, we have our esteemed panel with us today. So let me get straight on with the questions. First question I would, in this context, would be to Mr. Kapoor. And I would like to understand, how have we leveraged the supply chain to support sales and customer service in the current time? It is a difficult time, but your organization has managed it extremely well, and it would be great if you could share some insights into this. Mr. Kapoor.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Manufacturing Today team, to arrange the virtual summit on future of supply chain and logistics. All of you must have heard the famous English premise: if the past is the best predictor of the future, it follows that the very recent past is the best predictor of the very new future. But now COVID-19 tested this and made us all think of it. Uncertainty touched every aspect of life under COVID, from health to behavior to economic impact, and expedited the increased adoption of advanced analytics, automation, digitization. In Maruti, we are encouraging customers to use its digital platform to shortlist, book the vehicle, and submit related documents. Also, facilitate home delivery and servicing of new and pre-owned after purchase. This will significantly reduce the need for a potential customer to visit the showrooms. Since the introduction of this new digital channel in 2018, we have witnessed 3 times increase in digital inquiries and recorded sales of over 2 lakh units since April 19. As per Google Auto Gear Shift India 2020 report, nearly 95% of new car sales in India are digitally influenced, as per the customer's first research online, and then buy at the physical dealerships. While online experience provides the complete spectrum of information to the customers, at the last mile, the customers seek assurance of the deal from their trusted dealer advisors. Interestingly, customers who inquire our digital channel end up purchasing a car within 10 days. This reaffirms that with a robust online to offline platform executed by a digitally enabled sales force, converting digital inquiries into a sales become easier. MSIL has digitized 24 out of 26 car buying steps. These are 26 touch points, such as visiting the car maker's website, researching the car on the internet, asking friends and family, and so on. Earlier, a lot of these touch points were physical, such as physically checking out the system, same model that maybe your colleague would have also been driving. Now, while the number of touch points remain the same, the mode of getting information has changed to digital. The two touch points that cannot be currently digitized are test drive and delivery of the car. In August last year, the company had started digital car finance in partnership with our banks in select cities and only for Nexa customers. Now this has been expanded for all Nexa and Arena customers across the India with 14 financiers. MSIL is doing more than 10,000 sales a month using this technique. Doorstep vehicle delivery. MSIL started home delivery of cars. Customers could choose the model, color, and accessories online, and the car will be delivered at home. All staff visiting the customer's home will follow the safety protocols. All cars will be fully disinfected before delivery. This is one major topic what we have done during this pandemic, and it has really worked out. So I categorically described the entire process. Thank you.
Wonderful, Mr. Kapoor. This is very insightful to understand that so much digitization has happened in the customer buying process. Let us get a different perspective from another industry, which is FMCG. And we have Ankur with us. Ankur, any thoughts on how you have been able to leverage supply chain to support sales in this difficult period?
Thank you very much, Nikhil. After all the serious brass track things that we learned from Maruti, let me make it a slightly lighter note. The COVID did some great things for our supply chain. The first thing was the stranglehold of cost. The CFO actually sitting with an axe on your head. That moved away. Availability was the key. If you could make the product available, it would sell. This was the first time when the sales team would actually inquire from my team members what is available rather than what they need. Because whatever was available would then be used to meet their targets. Now, having said that, I'll switch to Hindi for a very interesting quote that was sent to me, and I absolutely agree with this. Sanitizer, consumer product industry का वो बेरोजगार लड़का था जिसने suddenly IAS की परीक्षा clear कर ली. So sanitizer overnight became the key. Now, a lot of people talk about sanitizer as in terms of the demand for sanitizing which COVID brought in. Well, yes, of course, there was a demand for sanitizers everywhere. But more than that, sanitizers were a key to distribute material during the COVID lockdowns. If you had one case of sanitizer in your vehicle, you could carry all your other products to your sales outlets. The sales outlets were open. Our distributors, for them to open, they needed to be dealing with sanitizers. And this was true across the globe. When you talk about supporting the sales, making sanitizer was something which a small 3P was making for us a few hundred cases a year. Suddenly we needed sanitizers for every market. Imagine every distributor across the globe needed sanitizers for him to function. So we got into the act, and our first shipments happened in end February, March. We started exporting sanitizers out of India. In mid-March, the government of India banned exports of sanitizers. We immediately, our team got into the act and we fixed up third-party manufacturing in UAE. which would make sanitizers for us. There was an acute shortage of packaging, which we exported from India. Imagine sending PET bottles from India. But then again, like I said, the CFO has literally gone out to sleep during those times. So we made sanitizers in UAE and we started exporting. Few consignments went out of UAE, and then the UAE government banned export of sanitizers outside GCC. So this was the second time we were hit. Now, again, it was very stupid. Why didn't we think of this before? So this time when we are looking at options, we had a third party in Sri Lanka. So we thought of doing it in Sri Lanka, and this time we wanted to be very sure. So we got into a discussion with the government of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, as you would know, is a bit tight on forex, and they're very keen on exports. So we said we will commit exports and we'll export from us. So the understanding is we will shift our entire sanitizer manufacturing into Sri Lanka if the government permits us to export irrespective of whatever decisions they might take. So we actually had this agreement signed with the government of Sri Lanka where they said that for the next 3 years, they would not prevent us from exporting sanitizers. And we thought we had nailed it. We were very happy and we started producing in Sri Lanka and sending. And when you look at luck, there is a guy sitting up there who actually decides on luck, and that guy doesn't seem to be my friend. So in Sri Lanka, because of their cash crunch, they suddenly put a ban on import of raw materials or packing materials. So if my packing material could not come from India, how the hell can I export? And when we went to the government, their government is also very much like India. Lakir ka fakir. So the agreement says we will not stop you from exporting, but it did not say that we will allow you to import. So that is where we got stuck and we couldn't export out of Sri Lanka. Again, I have an amazing team and they got into the act, and we were planning to manufacture in Thailand, but fortunately for us, the government of India relaxed the guidelines for export out of India because availability in India had showed up by then. So if you look at this, look at the uncertainty which happened. All these things were force majeure, which were nothing within our control. The government is stopped. But I'm very proud that our supply chain team rose up to the occasion and made sure that our sales team had a critical product throughout the critical time that it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankur. Very, very interesting perspectives on how you have been able to not only leverage supply chain domestically, but also for the international business. Very interesting thoughts indeed. Nikhil, I will like to move to you now. Your thoughts on how you have been able to leverage this supply chain, especially for the international business.
So thanks, Nikhil. So I think what we feel is that that this is like a VUCA world. So we have been using this term for, I think, now past 5-6 years, that it is volatile, ambiguous, complex, and uncertain and ambiguous. But the thing is, COVID has proved to us that yes, this is the world that is now we are living in. And supply chain management, I think, would be the fulcrum around which the whole business will flourish. The more agile, the more resilient supply chains who are having will flourish. Otherwise, people will try to take advantage of new technologies and all. What we also found out was that in the past, we were always working around globalization, how the international trade is flourishing, how the supply chains were establishing. But what we brought in a new picture from the past couple of years was bringing localization. I think people have heard this term. So we were discussing with some of our strategic suppliers who are global, who have the global presence. They have to set up their shops next to our next doors or set up some warehouses close to us so that the supply chain can be made more agile and more easy to work. But what I also think is we have to come out of the mentality of a single source suppliers. So in the past, what we were doing is people had co-created something and then they were relying on one single supplier itself. But now with this COVID, and there is no, as I always have been using this for now past 1 year, that there is no post-COVID. It is with COVID. It is here to stay. A simple pandemic, a simple disease like polio took 25 years to wipe out from the Indian country, India as a whole country. But today we are looking at a pandemic, which is far more dangerous than polio or any other normal diseases that we have heard of. So it is going to stay here for some particular period of time, and we have to work around all these things. So what we have worked is during this COVID era, I would say it was a blessing in disguise that we were dealing with a lot more Chinese companies. So when this pandemic broke out in somewhere close to October and November, we got the first discussions, and we were happening, and we got some indications that something is going to happen. So we took some proactive measures to make sure that the supply chains are not getting disrupted. We worked with our suppliers, and by the time the country went into the lockdown, we were already prepared to make sure that the plants run to the full facility. Our commodity, we are a B2B company only. And just for interest of everybody, just take a 1 minute. Right now, the reception that you are having, so we are at the back end of everything. We make optical fibers and optical fiber cables. So, and with this pandemic, the demand immediately grew multifold. The reason was, at many places, the network was to be established where the network was not present. Some health centers, some hospitals where they did not have adequate facilities. So we were asked to supply more and more products at the much faster pace. And we were able to do that because their proactive measures was taken by the whole supply chain team, wherein we had enough materials. Sometimes we had to work with our transporters that there were no manpowers. I think everybody on the board must have faced this similar type of challenges. So we sent across our people who were going over there, our transporters going at the supplier end and picking up the deliveries, whereas it was his scope of work. But we made sure that the show must go on. So the only thing what I would say is that we have to come out from the traditional ways of working in supply chain. We have to look at how we are able to make it more visible, how we are make it more resilient. This has shook all major companies, major houses, that the supply chains which were working in the traditional way will not be able to work as it is. That's it from my side.
Thank you so much, Nikhil, for this. One thing that has certainly happened is supply chains changing. And like you said, sometimes we have had to move away from our traditional roles in order to get the thing done, whatever is right and required for the business to be done. Now, if you just move away and look at the auto businesses, I think they have had a very beautiful practice which was set in place around JIT, around lean management, and it would be interesting to hear from you, Mr. Kapoor, on how things have changed in the current time, and how these practices have been adopted, modified, adapted to suit the business and to serve the business.
Thanks, Nikhil. I mean, I also fully agree. Just in time has gone for, physically disappeared during this period. Coming to the domestic suppliers and vendors, we could accommodate them, stopping the production, taking their constraints and deliveries into account. I hope you might have read it that Maruti stopped production so that the oxygen, whatever was being used for production at our end, at our vendors' end, could be used for the medical use to save the human lives.
Right.
And coming to imported things, I hope you must be aware that the imported consignments were really tough to handle. Still today, the containers are not available in adequate numbers. Yeah. And whatever is available is almost 200 to 300 times the cost what it used to be. Then Suez Canal obstruction is very well known. It has physically jeopardized all the production plans what we had. And besides this, the port congestion which has delayed the shipments. We have to n times manipulate our production plans. Then, the icing on the cake was the natural calamity what we had recently. Yeah. And for your kind information to all the members over here, the Pipavav port is not still functional. The earliest what they can do is by first. So you can understand, what type of havoc is going on in production. So just to have operational continuity at our end, which we started last week only. The numbers are picking up slowly. We diverted our shipments to other ports which were functional to get them unloaded. So segregating the customers and moving by fast trains to the destinations. Then to some, major imported content models, we had to postpone future consignments so that we don't have to incur heavy damages due to lockdowns. Model mix was as per the availability of parts. Some models which are more domestic content were hiked up. Then we had to hire various warehouses to ensure inventory levels are available for future also, as we expect June also is going to be, not a very good month, what it looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. Let's get some views from a very different industry, on heavy industry and commodities. Naveen, your thoughts on this? How business processes have changed? How have you moved away or adopted some of these lean management, JIT related concept to your advantage? And I think your organization has scripted a tremendous turnaround. So Naveen, if you would want to talk about that.
So thanks, Nikhil. So our, the way Nikhil has explained that about the proactive signal. So in December itself, steel, so total capacity, manufacturing capacity of the world is around 1 billion ton of steel. And out of that, 50% of the capacity it is getting manufactured in China. So we are heavily dependent on China in terms of sourcing of our refractories, ferroalloys, and some metals like manganese metal. So in December 2019 itself, we started getting the feeling. When we started, there was a delay in the supplying of the delay in giving us the techno-commercial quotes from the supplier. So we got, yes, something is going to happen because they are delaying it. So whenever there is a delay, we can sense that yes, some uncertainty is going to come. So we immediately took in action. We started developing the suppliers in India. So all the raw material which used to come from China, we requested our supplier partners to, they already have a workshop factories in India, but then we requested them to source the metal from China and start assembling the, like in our case, it is ladle sets and other refractory items in India, which they did. So we gave a couple of trial orders, and by February, March 2020, they were all set, and we established our quality, with these guys. So April onwards, the entire supply chain got shifted. So we totally cut off the biggest risk of, as Mr. Kapoor has also said, a lot of uncertainty was there in terms of the inbound logistics in the ships, availability of the containers. The freight went up to the level of 20, 30 odd times higher than the expected freights. So, so the entire risk was mitigated. So that was point number one. Point number two, when we sensed this thing that yes, even India is going to have that lockdown, we started building our inventory so that we can get a little bit of breathing space and we can get time to readjust ourselves when the lockdown will come. So we increase our inventory to close to 15 to 20 odd days. And then, that really help us when we have to do the course correction. Third point is, in terms of the efforts we made to liquidate the payments of our supplier partners. So we took close to 1 odd year to release all the dues of our supplier. So by January, February, most 90% of the dues were cleared, and all were super excited to support us because they never expected that, in such a, in 2018, the downturn cycle of metal mining started. So they never expected that a company like us, we were also struggling through that time, that we were able to clear their 90% of the dues. So they were like, super excited. They were willing to support us. So that really, one of the factors that really went in our favor. Then the last point was the vendor managed inventory. So when we were struggling to manage our working capital with our top 5 suppliers, we were able to convince them to, adopt this vendor managed inventory, which really unlocked a lot of working capital. So that also helped us because there was never a panic so far as the minimum inventory of the safety stock at the plant was concerned. Always there was a healthy stock of 7 to 10 days, which they were maintaining on their working capital. So that supported us. And then the moving, steel is primarily a conventional way of manufacturing the steel and a conventional industry. So we try to shift our focus, change of the mindset, try to adopt this Toyota production system where we convinced our suppliers to set up their warehouse in the vicinity of 400 to 500 kilometers of radius of our plant. So that increased the visibility of the supply chain, and it really helped us to work on the lean inventory. So just for the panel and just for the audience, I just want to tell you that we were the only company last in FY 2021 first quarter which posted 12% growth in quarter one. So it was in steel sector, everybody was down. So it was one of the factors where the visibility was so clear, and the truck was moving, started in the morning, and within 2 hours it was in our plant. So we were able to maintain or manage our operation with 4 to 5, maximum 6 days of safety stock. So it was a really a turnaround story for us, and the decisions were taken based on the cash velocity, on the total cost of ownership, cost benefit analysis, on cash to cash conversion cycle. So all these decisions really supported us to really basically pull out a miracle. Actually, when the entire world was struggling, it was a turnaround story for us. We started in April 20, and in 1 year it was a turnaround, biggest turnaround story for us. In FY 1920, our overall profit was 82 crores. This financial year 2021, we posted a net profit of 5,500 crores, almost 24 times.
That's tremendous. A wonderful achievement indeed, Naveen. And I think it would have taken, I'm sure, a collective effort all round to make this happen. I'll just move to Rajiv now. Rajiv, your thoughts on how you have at TAFE, how have you used some of these processes to your advantage to improve the supply chain in this time?
Very good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists. Thank you, Nikhil. I think last 1 year has been a time when, I will say more than 1 year is a time when we all have changed ourselves. It's a time for a complete transformation, I will say. To start with, let me first of all introduce myself. I'm Rajiv Chopra. I represent TAFE. TAFE is one of the second largest tractor company, and we sell tractors by the name of Massey Ferguson and Aisha tractors. Aisha was taken by TAFE in year 2005. So this brand name has not changed, but we manage as a company these tractors. And one of the most important point is that we depend totally on our supplier partners. 95% of our production is based on supply. We don't have any in-house manufacturing, so we only do the assembly of tractors, which means a lot of dependency on suppliers, which means a lot of dependency that our supply chain should function for us to breathe and be alive in the market, which was also very competitive in the last year. Believe me, agriculture sector had grown in this COVID time, and it was a very tough competition in this time also, where we had to not lose and maintain our market share and also grow. It was a difficult time, as all of the esteemed team members and all the panelists have told, when we started with a complete lockdown, and as Mr. Naveen said, at that moment of time, giving advances to our suppliers, especially which are very, I will say, smaller suppliers, which will not be able to sustain, and also giving the dues which were there on time, well before time, without interest, was one of the philanthropic type of activity which our company wanted, because our dependency on supply is our supplier partners. So the relationship which we work with helped us to sustain and believe that build a trust with our suppliers, because on that trust factor, sitting at our home location and they are working at their supplier or manufacturing operations, and we need them to support us. Your question which you asked was that how the trends have changed for the lean manufacturing, JIT specifically. Yes, we had that understanding that, okay, we will have most of our suppliers near our plant, which helps us to have a JIT thing. But again, the shortage of raw material and the requirement and sudden, there may be changes which are very sudden and which we can't manage that. The whole factory had to shut down because there was a COVID situation. So to deal with such type of situations where we need inventories in our plant, where our plant didn't have that space, definitely warehouses was one concept which we helped. And warehouses was where we owned our whole warehouses. We had to spend some money because depending on 3PL at that moment of time was a very difficult thing. So we took this decision with our space and all to have warehouses and support our suppliers that they can keep their inventory with us, and we supported them. It's a very difficult decision for any organization to keep inventory and to run their organization. But for us to lose any tractor where the agriculture was not slowing down, believe me, last year where the agriculture sector had grown, and there is a good news for the agriculture market and our farmers who are our customers. So we did change the way we used to look and reduce our air shipment, sudden such air shipments, and planning well in ahead on, because road and transport was a bigger constraint. Again, importing from China, we have our own plant in China where we were importing all the casting components for tractors. So their dependency also hit us a lot in that moment of time, where our suppliers geared up with their capacity enhancement. We supported them with some advances so that they can gear up. So they had put their manufacturing facilities in due course of time to increase their capacity. We had a demand and supply, meetings where we were continuously monitoring the market and how we need to not lose any tractor. It was a difficult time, stretched time for all our suppliers, our team members. I believe in all these things, it was a relationship which we had our suppliers before COVID. As of now, the second wave has hit. I will not say it is complete. This had brought a disruption of oxygen supply. Most of our supplies, which are sheet metal, in they depend on oxygen for their various for I can say for fabrication, etc. So disruption led us to work on in ways like can we look into alternate ways of oxygen. So compressed air was one of the where which we used, which was easily available for doing some cutting. It's not so precise, but we used compressed air. We had in touch with the manufacturers and made sure that we are not using the oxygen, which is very scarce already, and also sustain our production.
Ajib, how did technology support you on all of this? Whether it is on in production or distribution or new product development for that matter, what role has technology played for you in this entire story?
I will say that before we started COVID, our company had a plan to. One of the automation products we have is RPA, where we had, with the help of EY, and we had generated a bot system where the purchase orders can be generated. So this technology helped us a lot. I will say, sitting in our home locations, we have approved purchase orders and given to our suppliers, partners. Purchase order creation is a very tedious process if you go with the manual way, but we use the bot technique. We take a help of Blue Prism, is one of the very renowned, I think, company which helps us, and with EY support, we were able to manufacture. So this is one area of the technology. I think everyone is using a virtual way of working, so our new products were never stopped. In fact, we had virtual meetings where we were talking about products we are seeing. Everything is virtual in this sense. Even we are launching new products with that virtual sense. So the softwares and how we worked with our suppliers, the technology which we data transfer, making sure that the data is secured with the cyber security measures and all those in place. We had virtually were able to manage our new products. New products are the heart of any organization. Without it, the company cannot grow. So I think this also supported us to a large extent. I hope I have answered your question.
Well, that's wonderful, Rajiv. I think it's glad to know that some of the advanced technologies are being used within organizations to simplify, automate these processes. Ankur, I would like to hear from you as well on how technology has helped your organization do better in this time.
I'll take a step back and not limit myself to just my organization. When I talk about the FMCG industry per se, when we looked at technology, when we looked at smart factories, when we looked at controls, when we looked at, it was more of an office-centric thing. I'll give you an example. When we would design a plant, Wi-Fi on the shop floor would be turned down by the finance and the HR on the grounds that worker बैठ के YouTube देखता रहेगा. Now, that was the reason why most of the factories did not have Wi-Fi on the shop floor. Now, COVID has actually, like one of the co-panelists mentioned about the VUCA world, COVID actually catapulted us. The leapfrog in terms of technology adoption would be to the level of about 5 to 10 years if you look at the consumer goods manufacturing. Today, most of our factories have sensors which are connected. Quite a bit of data is on cloud, and you are monitoring them remotely. New product rollout, when you look at these consumer care formulations or even nutraceuticals or even OTC products, the formulations are very critical. We used to send a team of 6 scientists to roll out a new product. Today, that is all being done remotely. Of course, a lot of it is the inherent ingenuity of our Indian mind, where people are using WhatsApp video calls to show the process and the other guy is telling you about increase this, decrease this. That's a very crude and I would say adaptive way of doing it. Having said that, things like Microsoft Teams, a thing like a laptop, which would be given in quite a large number of companies, it would be a status symbol to be given to a certain level of an employee. Today, everyone is given. There were a lot of organizations where phones were or mobile mail configuration, the phone was not allowed. Today, they'll load their technology supporters on that, things like Microsoft Teams or these on the phone, so that you can collaborate. Plus, what has happened is with the social distancing and the norms of running the factories, with the COVID protocols, has given an opportunity to use a lot of technology within the workplace in terms of recording attendance, in terms of things which were presumed to be done by people, because this is something a low level job which will be done by the labor. So that got done. Plus, in terms of attendance, earlier, the corporate HR was never bothered about the number of people which came into a factory. It was more of a factory manager's job to, in terms of delivery, in terms of productivity. But here, because of technology, now the corporate HR keeps a tag that the number of people in your factory is within the COVID norms. And this has been enabled through technology, where we have real-time data from the factories of people coming in with their RFIDs the moment they come in, where they are. With the use of Wi-Fi in the factories, we've been able to implement a lot of safety protocols as well, where we don't want two people to come together. We also do not want individual to go in confined spaces. So those things, earlier, if I would say that for ensuring that this doesn't happen, I need to make my factory Wi-Fi, I would be told a security guard extra laga lo. But those things have changed, and COVID has brought in these types of technology. In terms of the supply side, availability of material is uploaded on the cloud. Every salesperson is aware of what is available where. Something which is getting obsolete in a particular area, people are ready to air freight and bring it into their country. So all this availability, sharing of data, and people getting more technology savvy, which I think is the biggest point. The best of technologies are useless if people don't use them. Most of what we have available today, or what we're using very regularly today, has been available for the last 5 years, but we were not using it. Today, everyone has started using it, and that has resulted into a very big positive impact on the field.
Wonderful, Ankur. Very, very glad to hear how technology has helped you. Nikhil, in your case, as one of the largest suppliers to organizations who enable technology, how have you used technology in your supply chain operations to, either gain visibility or improve it?
Yeah, it's a very valid question, Nikhil, because we are into first of all operating in B2B business, and then also on make-to-order business. So how do you serve your customers and all? So we need to leverage out the technology as much as possible. So we started with, we went back to the drawing board and we implemented IBP. So integrated business planning, because so we came out from the conventional way of working where the demand planner is working with the sales managers all across the globe, collating all the demands, and then so we implemented IBP with one of our technology partner, and then that system was making the scenarios, rolling out the material planning accordingly, and the production plan was rolled out. Then we went ahead and we also then there was one of the key parameter that every supply chain monitor is, that is the on-time delivery in our dispatch or in logistics. So it is a critical KPI for any supply chain professional.
Yeah.
So we need to track the details for the status of our finished goods from our plant till it reaches our customers and all. So, but it was a very time-consuming activity because I had deployed one full-time employee just to work. He was working with all the transporters, all the freight forwarders, collating all where the situation is, where our consignments are, and then collating it and then sending across to all at the sales accounts manager at the end of the day. Then we implemented an RPA, basically a bot, which was taking the dispatches done at the previous day. There was a master tracker, and it was rolling out the DSRs, and it was populating all the details, and the automatically mail was going to the dedicated supply chain manager for his own region. So we were able to improve our efficiency more than 7 times. So I remember the touch points were reduced by 90%, and moreover, because I was able to reduce one manpower, which was very good from the HR point of view. So this was one of the instances where we leverage out the technology. Now taking it forward, what we have come up is our CEO's vision was that we want to give a customer delight. We want to give a real-time supply chain visibility. What people are doing fantastic jobs in e-commerce and all. We took out a leaf from their the book. And what we did is we collaborated with one partner, and now we are able to see our consignment, like our consignments are going to to Europe or to North America or anywhere across the globe. So what we are able to see, we can actually see the container or the ship within the Atlantic or Pacific, where it is, and for how much time, what path it took. So it's an actual GPS tracking for all our consignments. We can see what is the humidity level, what light exposure our consignment is at one particular point of time, how much shock it is able to, how much the container is tilt, because you can imagine in the sea there will be actual tilting that may be happening. So there are real-time reports are coming on a daily basis that where your container is in, and you can actually at the end of the shipment you can see the whole path which the ship has taken, whether the ship went somewhere else or took a long route that most of the supply chain professionals come to know at the transition port or at the destination port. Okay, yes, the shipment is delayed by 10 days or 15 days. So now it is preemptive only, it is proactive. We can take that decision. The customer is able to realize where his shipment is, and they can take their calls accordingly. And then how we are monitoring the performance of our freight forwarders and our shipping lines also. So these are some of the initiatives that we are taking. We are working on some of the new technologies that are coming up. We are reading on some like augmented implementation, augmented intelligence, digital twinning. There are some more. There is fantastic work that is going on in the technology space in the terms of logistics division. So we are hoping to leverage out more technology which can enable us and empower our customer also to make sure to get their goods in time. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Nikhil. I think that was very interesting. Digitizing the entire supply chain, usage of some of the advanced technologies really, and 7x improvement in supply chain efficiency is commendable. At the heart of what you said, Nikhil, if you really see, is about how your teams have supported, and some of the other panelists have also highlighted that the importance of teams coming together and working through this. And it was not an easy time for any one of us. So I just want to come back to you, Ankur, to understand how how have you and your organizations managed to get the best out of your teams in this difficult time?
Well, I am a firm believer that it is The leader who gets the team to perform, the best performing team is useless without a good leader. You can take the example of Julius Caesar. The Roman army had already the Greeks were already defeated. But Rome remained what it was till the time Julius Caesar came to power and took it to the level, created the Roman Empire. Similarly with Napoleon, if you see, the French army, the French soldiers remained the same. The general changed. And where did the French go under Napoleon? I would, even if you look at our own country, if you look at our independence struggle, what Gandhi coming into did to the Indian independence movement is something that we all know and benefit from today. Martin Luther King, what he did for the civil rights movement in the US. Now, these are all big things. And a lot of times it is believed that these are things which are said for impact. These don't work in corporate world because ultimately it is business. It is not Indian independence movement or the Roman Empire or the French, or for that matter, not even the civil rights movement in the US. But having said that, think about this. I gave you the example earlier about the sanitizers. Now, once the government had said that sanitizers cannot be made in India, I had one guy sitting in with the 3P in Dubai, whose only job was to ensure quality control of the product which moves out from there. And that too, just to ensure that the statistics quality control is being done. That guy rose up to the occasion and said that this guy has the capacity to make sanitizer. And that's how we could switch making sanitizers there. If you can empower your team, the lowest level people, the closer you are to the ground, the more able you are to take decisions which will have a direct impact on the ground. So getting the feed from up, letting the people feel empowered and letting them take decisions. In the time of crisis, initially when the lockdowns came, and in a lot of countries, the communications were all broken. We could not even communicate with each other. Think about the salespeople in the lockdown. It all boiled down to trust. The distributors. A lot of times, initially the payments got disrupted. All this thing happened because of the sales teams' relations with the distributors. My teams, the supply chain teams, distributors with their vendors. Of course, we did our best to ensure that we supported them as well. But the point is that these are the relationships which mattered. Now, these people, some of the people in my team may not be the best in the industry. Or I would go to the extent of saying they are not the best in the industry. But it is my job to make them perform to the level which is the best in the industry. Now, that is what each one of us needs to do. And that is what fortunately our company has done. And we've got the results that we have despite all the crises that we've been through. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ankur. I think it's important to see to the past so that we can learn and carry forward some lessons. Nikhil, your thoughts on how you have been able to manage the team and bring the best out of the team in these difficult times.
So my viewpoint on the building on the team and their the competency level is first thing I think is the team members should be the inclusive in the vision of the company. A buyer is just not merely performing his job, that his job is to bring a material, or somebody, a dispatch person just dispatching the material. That's just not the job. So he has to understand what is the value of the job, and that is how much it is associated with the vision and the mission of the organization. As a famous story must have been heard by everyone of the NASA janitor, that somebody asked, "What do you do?" So he said, "I help company put man on the man in the moon." So everybody should realize. Stopped. So everybody should realize that what are they doing? So how much their job is important. It is not say it's a menial job. Recording or it's a in progress. Job. So what we do is one is inclusive. That has been driven from the top driven only. So I'm a firm believer that the culture is top driven. So the top management has to drive this and imbibe this culture that yes, everyone has to be inclusive. Then we identify training needs identification is done along with the HR. What we do is sit along with every team member, identify where are the development areas of that person are. And it's just not mere to fill the pages only, or just to write it down on the paper itself. A development plan is being made, and that development plan, and accordingly it is being monitored. So as a leader, I follow up with my HR that when are we following and getting him trained, how are we enabling this person. And most critical, I think, is we give the responsibility, but we do not give the authority. It goes hand in hand. You cannot make anybody responsible if you are not making him authoritative. So what the best thing is, you have to give them authority to perform, to take decisions. The best leaders are who make sure that the team is enabled to take decisions. It does not matter whether the decisions are right or wrong. It only makes the percentage of good decisions only make you from good manager to a great manager to a great leader. That's what. Otherwise, the culture of decision making has to be done, and you have to make them trust that whatever you are doing, it is, and the leader is behind you. So these are my thoughts. So that how we need to retain the talent, because nobody comes from their home to perform bad. It is who at the environment in which they are performing, we are not enabling him better, or there is a gap between the expectation setting and the role that he can perform. So that's it from my side.
Thank you, Nikhil. I think the importance of inclusive teams, people who would trust each other, people who are willing to give not only the responsibility but the authority also for decision making, I think are at the heart of creating teams, successful teams at that, for this one. Thank you so much to each one of you. If there are any audience questions, we can go to them.
First question from the delegate Narsimha Rao Upala is, due to the ongoing pandemic, export freight increased drastically. When can we expect the freight to come down and stabilize, or the increased freight will continue?
I can take this question. See, there is no crystal ball where we can say, see, at the end of the day, it boils down to supply and demand. But then, yes, the issue or the freight issues, container issues happened because a lot of containers got stuck up in Europe, and immediately there was a lockdown in UK and in the entire part of Europe. So now things are getting streamlined. Things are getting better. Europe is completely out of lockdown. So we believe that yes, in next 1.5 to 2 odd months, we can see that these things getting streamlined. Plus this Suez Canal incident that happened, that also led to the increase in the freight prices. So we believe that in next 1.5 to 2 odd months time, it will start, streamlining, or it is basically it will start getting stable. That is my personal viewpoint.
Ankur here, I'll just add one thing. We must not forget that freight pre-COVID was at an unrealistically low level. So that is something we should never forget. That, of course, there is a disproportionate increase, but part of it is also a correction. So thinking that freight rates would go back to pre-COVID days, where I could send a container to Dubai from Bombay in $5, wouldn't come.
It will never come. And just to add, plus the crude oil price as well. At that time it was $45 dollar per barrel Brent. Right now it is hovering around 60, 62. So that will also increase the fuel costs.
Exactly.
So,
So it's not just COVID. There are various factors which have impacted the increase of freight. And realistically, for planning purposes, I don't think anyone should I don't see a reduction in freight happening substantially within the current financial year.
And then there is this aspect of container shortages also, which have...
Yeah, I'd like to add something on this. Go ahead. The Directorate General of Shipping is regularly monitoring this. We have had a couple of rounds of discussion with the authorities themselves, and we have highlighted all these situations to them, and they are actively taking it up with the shipping lines as well as the ports. And they have also assured that the situation will ease out in, maybe a month or two.
Well, we have 2 more questions from our delegates. The second one is how supply chain design, planning, and strategy need to change.
So as I mentioned it, what you need to do is, like you have to bring in your suppliers into your thick of things. You have to co-create, co-develop together. So the suppliers cannot come at the time when you are ready with your product, and now you say that okay, that this is the product, let's develop it. The supplier has to go at the designing time itself, and then we have to focus more on the SRM module, that is the supplier relationship management. That has to be made more enabled, wherein a lot of interaction has to happen. So the supply chain, the strategy will come around that you have to include all your ecosystem, all your suppliers and customer all together, and then you co-create. So you cannot rely on the traditional way of just we as a customer are designing something, then we identify one supplier, he just develops it, and then we sell it to the customer. Then the value will not be created. Value gets created at the customer end, value does not create at the supplier end. That mindset has to change. So I think that is most imperative from the point of strategy, where all the supply chain strategy will come around.
I will add few things. Not only co-create, I will say collaborate also, because with both the C's together, the supplier relationships become strengthened. Definitely, the leveraging technology and building the capability is also which everyone has to see now, because the quality has come, the global quality and the standards have become more. So we need to enhance in this COVID times. Being cost competitive parallelly in definitely in this is also very important. So I think this all will co-create and collaborate and strengthen our supply relationships, increasing our quality standards, and being very cost competitive in this will help us. I think this is what I wanted to.
So just last point on this. So basically we have to also move from competition to competition. So that is also important, in this COVID first wave, we are close to three companies still manufacturing, big companies within a radius of 100 odd kilometers. So we rather than going for competition, we collaborate together. There was some material, there was some item which are available with me, and there are some items, some fluxes, ferroalloys available with them. So we collaborated. So I supported them on few of the items, they supported us on few of the items. When your manufacturing location, it is you are in a landlocked place, so it is imperative that you collaborate, you handhold. Then you can also mitigate a lot of unknown risk, and the first aid which you can it can get you the first aid at least, and then you can basically streamline. You will get that time to streamline the downstream supply chain.
Absolutely, I think it is sometimes the worst that brings out the best.
Okay, so we have one last question from our delegate, Puran Singh, who wants to know how organizations should keep workforce in confidence for not losing jobs due to more and more of technological inclusion.
I'd like to talk about what Maruti has been doing for the benefit of the employees. Rather, in this situation, they have come forward with excellent supporting methods and going out of the way to support the employees. Not a single guy from the organization was asked to leave, whether he was a part-time worker or maybe a contract worker. 100% were insured to be with the organization, and they were duly paid. It ensured that even the contractors ensure the payments are being regularly done to the people, and they're not deprived of any medical benefits too. And some major initiatives what company did was, like, in second wave we recently observed, rather I myself felt it that way, there was acute shortage of hospitals, oxygens in the north especially, and it was very difficult, because I cannot describe here, I faced it myself. The organization came forward, even setting up of hospital in-house with oxygen supplies. They imported immediately oxygen concentrators and distributed wherever required across, because we have people spread out in the country. Each and every guy was ensured that they don't follow this. And recently they have actively taken up the charge of vaccination. They have committed to management that 100% of the employees with families will be vaccinated in the shortest possible time. And day and night, this is going. This is something what I can tell you from Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. I think
Nikhil Akhuria, just to get back to the question when you talk about technology and jobs. Well, there was a massive protest where I come from in Calcutta when railways were automated in terms of railway reservations were computerized. And there was a massive pushback from the trade unions that automation and use of computers will lead to lack of jobs. Now think about today. If India had not gone in for computerization, would we have had any of the IT or ITS jobs today? And look at the salary levels of the IT professionals, compare them to the workers who were doing these jobs earlier. Now coming straight to the question and being very blunt about it. Technology will take away jobs, but new jobs will get created. It is for the person and the organization to reskill and upskill their workforce to adopt technology and move ahead. If you want to stay the same, if I throw the stone up once, it will come down. If I throw it up again, it will still come down. You can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results. World will change, people will have to change. As companies, we need to facilitate that. We need to educate our people. We need to upskill them and reskill them. Thank you.
I think important message here, upskilling and reskilling, I think that's the mantra of the time. And that is what is going to bring us out of this particular situation into much more prosperous times.
With this, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to our panel members for taking out time and being here to share their insights and expertise and industry insights. I would like to stay connected with industry peers, broaden your network and receive industry updates. Do follow Manufacturing Today India on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Log on to Manufacturing Today's website to subscribe to India's leading manufacturing magazine from the House of ITP Media India. Details for the subscription will be projected on the screen shortly. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Vibhor Srivastava for the closing note.
Well, what a marathon day, but fully of substance, ladies and gentlemen, and all our distinguished speakers. I mean, it was very heartening to listen. And, the last panel that was going, I was reminding about a gentleman said, technology is going to be here. People will lose job. I think, you must, folks read this, book by Yuval Noah Harari, the author of Sapiens. 21 lessons for the 21st century. I'm sure you will find it very insightful, a big eye-opener. But ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of ITP Media Group and Manufacturing Today magazine, we want to thank you for attending the Future of SCM and Logistics 2021. We hope that you find the conference informative and worthwhile. The primary goal of this conference was to bring together the industry leaders, professionals, and partners under one roof to discuss the issues facing the supply chain industry. In order to make next year's conference even more successful, we request you to provide us with the valuable feedback. We thank you in advance for your comments and suggestions, and we assure you that each will be given consideration so that the future conferences of events will be more interactive and more larger. We would like to extremely thank, our partners, our technology partner, Blue Yonder, transformational partner, IBM, and my entire team, Amrita, Rohan, Abhishek, Sujit, Shivali, Mitali Shah, and whole bunch of, if I missed Bruce, we have worked tirelessly to bring this conference to you together. And I want to say a very, very big thanks to especially the delegates. I see such huge numbers there and still with us. So we really love you. We really like you. We would love you to hear from you. And Manufacturing Today, that you have made the #1 title in the industry. We really have a heart for our heart really wells up and it is warmed enough to say a big thank you to you. Ladies and gentlemen, stay safe, stay well, and I would say have a lovely weekend. Thanks a ton. Look forward very soon in our next event, which is on 25th of June, Smart Manufacturing Summit. Thank you.
In the manufacturing sector, news and features in the magazine encompasses everything related to production, automation, machine tools, plant heads, supply chain, technology, among other things. I request our delegates to continue posting their questions, which will be answered towards the end of the discussion. Log into www.manufacturingtodayindia.com to subscribe to the daily newsletter, where you will get industry insights and best practices by the industry leaders. While we prepare for the third panel discussion scheduled at 3 p.m., I would encourage our delegates to visit our technology partner Blue Yonder and transformational partner IBM's virtual booths in the Expo Hall to know how your business can accelerate growth during the pandemic. Thank you. We will come back soon.